live picture in Los Angeles. Is that correct? Okay. This is Interstate 5, and this is courtesy of KCALR, one of our LA affiliates. Police believe that OJ Simpson is in that car. Now they're telling me that they believe that this vehicle is registered to Al Cowlings, one of OJ's oldest friends, a teammate at Southern Cal. And they believe that Al Cowling, who's the other person they're looking for, who was with OJ earlier today, they believe, again, they believe that this is the car. We do not know this is the car. They're going south through Orange County, but nobody is pulling this car over. And we could only guess as to why not.
Right, I guess they're just being
careful. They may fear that there are arms in that car. They may fear that Simpson may harm himself. Now, police radio is saying that Simpson has a gun at his head. Reuters is reporting that the police tracked O.J. Simpson through his cellular phone.
Look at all the cars on this next bridge, man.
That's a helicopter reporting, talking to KCAL, saying, look at all those cars on that bridge looking down. This is living drama. There's nothing else you can say, but we're going to stay with it. California Highway Patrol has now confirmed to CNN that it is definitely Al Cowling's vehicle. And they are almost certain that OJ is in the passenger seat. The cars on the top of the screen heading east on that freeway are just slowing down to look and get a glimpse of one of the icons of American sports history, O.J. Simpson, on this tragic June day. This is Larry King as we stay atop this scene. Jim Hill, famed sportscaster in Los Angeles, an old friend, a former athlete, old friend of O.J. Simpson, is going on radio in Los Angeles.
Still going westbound 91, just approaching
O.J. Simpson to turn himself in. The last thing Jim said was, O.J., you were a man, you are a man, be a man, turn yourself in. Earlier today, Robert Shapiro had arranged for O.J. to turn himself in. Doctors were in attendance. They were all going to go together in a car because they were worried about suicide. When they went downstairs from a conference room in O.J.'s house, he was gone. They're going to go right toward the Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Brentwood areas where O.J. lives and where the two people killed also lived.
It is an amazing sight. Along the right-hand shoulder, people have pulled over, many of them carrying signs such as signs reading things like "Save the Juice," "Go OJ." People are literally cheering him on as he travels northbound on the 405, and we can only assume that he plans to get off at Sunset and go towards perhaps his home.
He's on the off-ramp now, coming up the off-ramp at Sunset.
That's right.
Looks like he's in the left lane now.
Yeah.
Making a left turn. The intersection is free, and he's clear, and now making his left turn westbound on Sunset.
All right. And he is pulling in to the driveway.
Coming around.
Someone is going to the door right now, Eric.
Okay. We're pulling up. Let me tell you what I can see. We've just turned the corner. It's total chaos here. Motorcycles, black and whites, people running around, officers getting out of their cars with their batons.
We have found him. The door is opening, and let's see what happens now. We'll watch with you. This is the driver's side of the vehicle.
Okay, someone just got out of the vehicle, approaching the front door, dressed in black, and entered. Looks like they entered the front of the house there. Possibly O.J. Simpson.
Yeah, so that was possibly O.J. Simpson. yeah. This the one day. This day went down in infamy. I mean, I myself, hold on. Donnie said Donnie was in his living room in Fresno, California, watching it on the local news. Yeah, man. And you know something, Donnie? While you were there watching it in the local news, I was in the studio. Yes, making some music with my homeboys. And one of my homeboys, oh my goodness, you know, um, yeah, R.I.P. to Storm also. Yeah, he was like, yo, he was the first one to notice it because he used to have the little TV off in the side room, right? He used to have it on, I'm sorry, in the side room. And he was like, yo. And then we turned on the other TV in the main room, and homeboy was on the run, on the highway. OJ Simpson was on the highway in the van, and everybody just stopped and watched it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody. And, the staff, engineer, and anybody that was in the room in the main suite at that time stopped and watched this. And, yeah, man, what were y'all thinking at this time? I mean, I can remember. What's up, Shaka, Andrea, Pumpkin, yeah, and Donnie? Yo, I remember I was thinking he's guilty. Just seeing this reaction, I was thinking, damn, he's on the run too. Like, how bad could this get? But at that time, I was thinking, he was guilty, and to this day, it's people that believe he was guilty, people that believe he wasn't guilty. Me, I'm gonna be honest. This is something I could see a guilty person doing. To be honest, but that's the United States of America. I mean, there is racism, and some racism was injected into that trial. Of course, and those times in itself were some bad times because hold on, what year? This was 1994, right? This was 1994. And what year was what's the guy who got beat in Los Angeles also? What's his name? Let me see. Rodney King. Exactly. It was Rodney King. And let me see, what year was that with Rodney King? That was in 91. So Rodney King had happened 3 years before this. So, everybody saw this tape of OJ Simpson fleeing, as it appears, or going home, whichever way you want to see it. Because apparently, I don't know. I don't want to add to his guilt on accident, because even at this time, I'm like, I wonder myself, but I've heard a lot of theories, and rest in peace to OJ. I hope he didn't do it. I hope he did not do that crime. I really hope he didn't, but he was found innocent, and that's just the way it goes, and there was the glove. Uh, but what do y'all think? What are y'all overall reaction? What's your overall reaction to this? Like, in history, how does OJ Simpson go down? I mean, and you could be honest, I myself, I don't blame anybody for having any opinion at all, innocent or guilty. I don't blame anybody because, the bottom line is there was a brutal murder, but, was it OJ? Was it OJ? Pumpkin, you think he did it? Yeah. Okay. I hear you. I hear you. I mean, yeah, it's interesting. I could tell you, well, let's look at some of OJ Simpson's stuff, because he got a lot of stuff. He has some great stuff, and he has some not so great stuff, right? But I'm not here to nail the man, down or anything like that. Uh, you know, but I believe that personally, nobody could do that more so than himself, so I'm not going to do any extra work for to tear his image down, but at the same time I'm not going to hide some of whatever particulars there are that might, that obviously tied him to the murder. I mean, it happened on his property, right? No, it didn't happen on his property, but blood evidence was found on his property, right? That's what they say. Then there was the bang on the wall, that what's that guy, the little small blonde headed dude, who was his assistant or something like that lived on his premises in a secondary like home or secondary abode, something like that, right? Um, right. That was the evidences, and then on his premises, and then there was a brutal, bloody crime scene, where primary crime scene where the woman and her what is it, Nicole Brown Simpson, that's her name, and the other dude, something Brown, what's his name? Let me look his name up, y'all. But they were brutally murdered, obviously, in a really terrible, horrendous way, right? But yeah, Bruce Jenner said good riddance. Oh my goodness. Hey, well, there it is. That's Bruce Jenner. Sure. I mean, what do y'all think? Do you think he did it? All right, let's break it down. And for anybody in the chat that comes in the comment section of the video once the live is over, everybody, if you believe he did it, press 1. And you can leave that in the comment section after the video live is over, or you could put it in the chat now. And if you don't think he did it, press 2. That goes for everybody else, and then 3 if you're not sure. I'll say that one. 3 if you're not sure. Now, I'm going to go down and say I'm going to leave the element of racial discrimination. I'm going to vote for 3. I'm not quite sure, but at times I did believe 111, and at other times I believe no, he didn't do it. But I'm not sure, so I'm gonna go with the 3, man. Everybody else, you leave 1 or 2. 1 if you think you did it, 2 if you don't think you did it, and 3 if you're not sure. Yeah. And let me see. This might be terrible, but the reality of it is that we have to revisit some of the man's more notable moments, not just this one. This is a bad moment for OJ. This is a bad look for OJ Simpson overall, as a man and as a human being, But we can't forget that this man, OJ Simpson, he was a very famous um, hero, like pretty much on television. He was like, he had success with his comedy, um, but also his sports tied into, his commercial value. So he was the Hertz man, right? Hertz, OJ Simpson. Yeah, he has a lot of Hertz commercials, and just for the record, because since I had to start off with his chase, you know, just for the record, I have to put this one up here. Let me see, just for folks, yeah, that haven't seen it. This is one of his biggest commercials, in fact, and let's see here.
Nobody does it better than her. Nobody does it better. First leads the others by far. Nobody does it best before you. Hurts the superstar. Nobody more of what it takes to rid you of Fairmont, Mustang, LTD, or other fine car faster.
Hertz, the superstar.
You know it.
Yes.
This computer is the...
That was Hertz. That was his Hertz commercial, you know? And I'm curious, how many did he really have? This is Rent-A-Car. Hold on. Let's see here.
We knew throughout the nation as Hertz the superstar. We got the winning combination. Super people, super cars. Making that extra effort to meet your special needs. Getting you in, getting you out with super speed. Hertz, the superstar in Rent-A-Car. Hertz, the superstar in Rent-A-Car.
You know it.
Yes, yes. And so that was a few OJ Simpson commercials, right? And let me see. I think he had one or two, what is it? Acting credentials. Is it Police Academy or something? I believe it's Police Academy, right? Is it this one? Here it is. This just to give you an idea,
Yep.
and then I'm gonna bring it back to some of the initial energy. Here we go.
There's someone else here who wants to thank you.
Nordberg!
There's someone who thank me. There's someone else here who wants to thank you.
Nordberg! Hiya, buddy. Hey! Doc says I should be on my feet and as good as new in a week.
And back on the force.
Nordberg! That's wonderful. Whoa!
Oh, Frank, everyone should have a friend like you.
Yeah. So that was some of his acting, and here we go.
Yoga. Jeg opdagede det for en
All right, you can do that seated there. All right. And I think so the jury can see, I'll ask Mr. Simpson to stand. All right. Mr. Darden, which glove do you have?
The binding glove drawing.
All right.
And after Mr. Simpson tries on the gloves, I would ask that he be required to step back over to the jury and again show him his bare hands.
Well, we'll get to that in a second. All right, the record should reflect that, as is our practice with these gloves, Mr. Simpson will have a pair of latex gloves on while doing this.
Mr. Simpson. The other glove.
This is People 164A.
What relation do these gloves have with the crime scene? Like, were there was blood on the gloves, right? And where were the gloves found? It was on his property, I believe. The gloves were found, but do y'all remember that?
Is that the right-hand glove? This is People's one. All right, Deputy Jex, would you just take a step back, please? Thank you. All right, records reflect that Mr. Simpson has both gloves. Yes. All right.
Can we ask him to replace the left glove onto his hand?
All right.
They spent a lot of time on this glove.
We ask him to straighten his fingers and extend them into the glove as one normally might put a glove on.
Yeah, I object to this statements by counsel.
All right. He appears to have pulled the gloves on, counsel. All right. Would you show that to the jury, Mr. Simpson, in that manner? Thank you. Other hand, please.
We ask him to make a fist with his left hand with gloves on. We ask him to make a fist with his right hand with gloves on.
He is doing both.
We ask him to grasp an object in his hand. Marker.
All right. Mr. Simpson.
We ask him to grasp the marker in his hand like this.
I object to this, Your Honor.
Yes,
Object.
I agree.
Counsel,
We ask him to completely grasp the marker in his hand.
Yes.
Whether it's raised or not.
Yes. All right. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
No longer an issue of cross-contamination, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
All right. Mr. Cochran.
I'm sorry, can we approach one moment before we go on?
You must acquit. So did the glove fit?
I want you to remember.
Did the glove fit, y'all? Put a if the glove fit, put a 1 up. If the glove fit. If it did not fit, put up a 2. And of course, yeah, that's it. There's no 3s on this one. It either fit or it didn't. 1 or 2. It fit for 1. Number 2, it didn't fit. Yeah, I'm gonna say 2. It did not. It did not fit. I didn't see a fitting glove myself. Yeah. Even if I wanted to believe he did it, I still didn't see a glove that fit. I'm sorry. This is ridiculous, but yeah, I mean, this is the problem with his death. This is the moment that everyone has to discuss now because this was a big moment in OJ's life. I mean, we saw the historic OJ. I mean, actually, we didn't even review that far back. He was a Heisman Trophy winner. And what else? OJ, I think he had the record for longest runs, right? Didn't the Juice have that in his time? Do I need to pull up some Juice football? Matter of fact, I definitely am. I'm going to play this and we're going to pull up some Juice football too. Let me see.
I want you to remember these words. Like the defining moment in this trial, the day Mr. Darden asked Mr. Simpson to try on those gloves and the gloves didn't fit. Remember these words. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit. I was thinking last night about this case and their theory and how it didn't make any sense and how it didn't fit and how something is wrong. It occurred to me how they were going to come here and stand up here and tell you how OJ Simpson was going to disguise himself. He was going to put on a knit cap and some dark clothes, and he was going to get in his white Bronco and this recognizable person and go over and kill his wife. That's what they want you to believe. That's how silly their argument is. And I said to myself, maybe I can demonstrate this graphically. Let me show you something. This is a knit cap. I'm going to put this knit cap on. And you've been seeing me for a year. If I put this knit cap on, who am I? I'm still Johnny Cochran with a knit cap. And if you look at OJ Simpson over there, and he has a rather large head, OJ Simpson in a knit cap from 2 blocks away is still OJ Simpson. It's no disguise. It's no disguise. It makes no sense. It doesn't fit. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit. Good time, guys.
All right, Mrs. Robertson. All right, Mr. Simpson, would you please stand and face the jury? Mrs. Robertson.
Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles, in the matter of the people of the state of California versus Orenthal James Simpson, case number BA097211. We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant Orenthal James Simpson not guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony upon Nicole Brown Simpson, a human being, as charged in count 1 of the information. Superior Court of the State of California, County of Los Angeles, in the matter of the people of the State of California versus Orenthal James Simpson. We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant Orenthal James Simpson not guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony upon Ronald Lyle Goldman, a human being, as charged in count 2 of the information. We, the jury, in the above entitled action, further find the special circumstance that the defendant, Orenthal James Simpson, has in this case been convicted of at least 1 crime of murder of the first degree and 1 or more crimes of murder of the first or second degree to be not true. Signed this 2nd day of October 1995, Juror 230. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is this your verdict? So say you one, so say you all.
All right, counsel, Mr. Simpson, would you be seated, please? Let's have it quiet in the courtroom, please. All right, Mrs. Robertson, would you please poll the jurors?
Juror number 1, as to count 1, is this your verdict? Juror number 2, as to count 1, is this your verdict? Juror number 3, as to count 1, is this your verdict? Juror number 4, as to count 1, is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 5, as to count 1, is this your verdict? Juror number 6, as to count 1, is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 7, as to count 1, is this your verdict? Juror number 8, as to count 1, is this your verdict? Juror number 9, as to count 1, is this your verdict? Juror number 10, as to count 1, is this your verdict? Juror number 11, as to count 1, is this your verdict? Juror number 12, as to count 1, is this your verdict? Count 2. Juror number 1, as to count 2, is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 2, as to count 2, is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 3, as to count 2, is this your verdict? Juror number 4, as to count 2, is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 5, as to count 2, is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 6, as to count 2, is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 7, as to count 2, is this your verdict? Juror number 8, as to count 2, is this your verdict? Juror number 9, as to count 2, is this your verdict? Juror number 10, as to count 2, is this your verdict? Juror number 11, as to count 2, is this your verdict? Juror number 12, as to count 2, is this your verdict?
All right, the clerk is directed to record the verdicts as read. The parties agree to waive reading of the verdicts as recorded. Mr. Cochran, do you waive reading of the verdicts as recorded? Yes, Ms. Clark, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to at this time take this opportunity to publicly thank you for the service.
Who is this right here? Is this his son or brother or friend? Not brother, but friend. Let me just pull that back a little bit. This must be
reading of
the brother, the son, right?
Ms. Clark, thank
you. Because this is the daughter, this is the mother, right? Mother, grandmother, that is, to the daughter, but OJ's mother. This is OJ's daughter. And is this his son?
Thank you. Reading verdicts as recorded. Mr. Cochran, do you waive reading of the verdicts as recorded? Yes, Ms. Clark, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to at this time take this opportunity to publicly thank you for the service that you've given to us.
What do you think he's thinking? What do you think he's thinking right here? I got an idea, but I'm not gonna say it. But yeah, you're welcome to leave whatever you think he's thinking right here. Who is this? Is this his son? Because I'm not sure if it is, but yeah.
The burdens that we've placed upon you were enormous, and words can't begin to express the debt that we owe to you for the time and patience and exertion that you've given to us during the course of this case. I will have an opportunity to meet with you privately later, and I'll give you my private comments when we have a chance to meet. I want to caution you at this time that there is, as you know, intense media interest in this case. The news media will probably seek you out at your home or at your place of business. And I would implore that the news media act responsibly to avoid harassing you or identifying you without your consent or otherwise causing you concern. Whether you wish to cooperate with the news media is, of course, entirely up to you. However, I must warn you to expect the worst as far as that is concerned.
Jeg hedder Johannes, og jeg står herinde i parken, hvor jeg skal...
All right, so let me flip this for a second. On that moment, I want to play Mark Furman's testimony, but before I play Mark Furman's testimony, I want to play a little bit of OJ Simpson's actual experience. So, yeah.
This thing up. Hold up. Try to make this live CD tonight. What we gonna do? Travel one boy. Or take better. Or take better.
Yo, OJ Simpson was the Buffalo Bills. Damn. He was the Buffalo Bills at that time. Apparently, look at this. Oh, dude is running this ball like crazy. Look at Pumpkin. Look at Pumpkin. You so funny, Pumpkin. Yo, I swear, all that wasted talent, damn shit. That is so funny. All right, but the man is running. How did he waste his talent? He got paid for his talent. But yeah, the downside, the end was tragic. But did he do it? See, that's the thing. Did he do it or did he not do it? Some people believe he did it, some people don't, and other people aren't sure. Like myself, I'm not really sure. And I don't even dare say what I believe it actually was because I don't want to diminish anybody, and I also don't want to cause any harm, period, to OJ Simpson's family at all, regardless of what side of his family or who they are. So I don't want to meddle in it no more. But there's some interesting factors, of course, that have come up regarding OJ Simpson, and some of the alternative views of what could have happened that day when his ex-wife was murdered and her boyfriend, right? I believe his name was what, Ron Brown? Is that his name? Let me see something here. Let me just make sure I got that right. Yeah, it's Ron Goldman. I'm sorry. Yeah. So I'm glad I checked that out. Ron Goldman. And so he was murdered with OJ's ex-wife in their home, brutally. Their heads were almost dismantled, taken off, like decapitated, from what I heard. And I also heard I heard a lot about it at that time. We leave it at that. But obviously, this man had a tremendous talent, especially running the ball. From what I see, look at this. This is the, evidence of that. He looked like he could run the hell out of that football. No joke. Even by today's standards, man, if you had a OJ Simpson on your team, what do y'all think about that? I mean, how does he rate for the last 20 years? How does OJ Simpson rate in terms of running the ball? Does he still rate it like top 10? Is he top 10 with his stats? Or is he top 5 with his stats? In any case, all right, so they got a lot of OJ here. This is only half. They got a lot. It's still the Buffalo Bills, right? This is incredible. But then there's a flip side to this. It all ended, and of course, as we know, race became was injected into his trial. Racism, race via racism, and it came at the hands of Mark Furman. That was a definite blocker in the trial because Mark Furman was found to have illegally entered onto OJ Simpson's premises from the beginning, and there was blood found there. Even if there was blood found in his room, right? What does that mean exactly? Does it mean it was him? Does it tie him directly to the crime? There was no weapon found on his premises, right? I believe there's a question of the weapon. Let me see. I'm going to look this up. There is, let me see. Let me see here. There's one article up here about OJ and this knife. Let me pull this down and pull it up here real quick. I mean, I'm sure there's many, but on the question of the knife found at OJ Simpson's former home ruled out as 1994 murder weapon. This was in 2016. So this is not that long ago. and this was not in 1994. So this is a long time after, and that question was still out there. Okay, Los Angeles Reuters testing has ruled out a knife reportedly found at the former home of OJ Simpson as having been used in the 1994 murders he was acquitted of committing in the trial of the century, a Los Angeles Police Department spokesman said on Friday. Forensic investigators conducted DNA and other tests on the blade after it was turned over to Los Angeles police within the last few months by a retired LAPD motorcycle officer. So this is sounding weird. The retired officer told investigators he had been given the knife by a construction worker who, in turn, claimed to have found it on the Simpson property in the Brentwood neighborhood of Los Angeles when the house was being torn down in 1998. Man, what kind of crazy shit is this? I'm sorry, it already sounds weird to me. I don't know. Let's take a look. We don't know if it's a hoax, but there's no. All right. Well, in any case, look. Long story short, there was no knife found. Apparently, as it pertains to the murder. But here's one more thing we can show. Let me put this back up here. Is the Mark Furman testimony, right? His testimony was quite interesting. So let's go and check that out. Let's see here.
Page 64 at the top. At Bundy. And you described, as you did for us, page 64 at the top. But having been unable to see the bodies from your original position to a satisfactory degree, Risky took you around Dorothy up the alley in through the house so you could come out the front door and have a better vantage point at the top of the steps without walking through the blood. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And at the top of page 64, you are talking about that, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Question, how far would you say you were from where the bodies were located? Answer, I was directly above the female victim, which was probably 3 feet. The male victim would have been 10 feet, 12 feet. Question, all right, and from that vantage point, you first observed the glove that you told us about? Answer, not first, no. Question, when did you first observe it? Answer, we had flashlights. We were looking at the female victim. We looked at the male victim. I noticed the glove when I walked around after I exited the residence the first time and walked around to the side, or the north side, north perimeter of Bundy, of 875 Bundy. There's an iron fence, and through that iron fence, you can get very close to the male victim. And looking there, I could see them at his feet. Did you use the word them in your answer?
Yes, sir.
On July 5th?
Yes, sir.
And was the last item to which them could have applied in your narrative the word glove?
Singular, yes.
I'm simply asking whether glove, line 14, was the item you were talking about just prior to saying I saw them at his feet.
Them, I was referring to the knit cap and the glove.
Show me anywhere on that page where the knit cap is mentioned. Can you?
That page, no.
No. Okay. You see anything on the prior page, Detective Furman, about the knit cap?
Do you want me to look at the prior page?
Sure. I don't know how you can answer the question without looking. 63.
I do not.
Okay. Page 65, Detective Furman.
Excuse me, Mr. Bailey.
Right. I'm sorry.
The court reporter needs to change paper.
Okay.
Mr. Bailey.
What's that? Page 65, Detective Furman. 8, line 8. Does that photo, referring to a photo, accurately depict the glove at the location where you saw it? To the best of my recollection, yes. Question. All right. And you didn't actually pick up the glove to examine it, did you? Answer. Not at that time. No. Did you give that answer?
Yes.
At what time did you pick up the glove?
I didn't. I turned the glove over with a pen when I returned to the Bundy scene after being at Rockingham.
And that's what you meant when you said didn't pick up the glove at that time. You had in mind turning it over with a pen?
I believe that was Mr. Ullman's words in the question. I didn't use the word pickup.
But the question was put to you, Detective Furman. He said, and you didn't actually pick the glove up to examine it, did you? And your answer was, not at that time, no. Do you see anything in that answer that refers to turning it over with a pen at any time?
Oval.
Not on that page, no.
You see another page where you indicated that that's what you meant by later picking up the glove?
No, sir.
Oval. Speaking objection, counsel.
Yesterday, and possibly last week, Detective Furman, you indicated some uncertainty as to when you were notified that one of the victims was in fact the ex-wife of OJ Simpson. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
You said you couldn't quite be sure when you thought that that was the fact.
That the female victim was Nicole Brown Simpson? Yes, sir, I remember.
As you sit there today, what is your best recollection as to when you decided or your superiors decided that this was Nicole Brown Simpson? What time of day?
I would say on June 13th sometime, but I don't recollect when.
1, 2, 3 hours after you got there?
I have no idea, sir.
Is it fair to infer that if you went to notify Mr. Simpson that his wife was dead a little after 5, that you thought she was in fact dead, his ex-wife?
I didn't go there at my direction, so I believe it was assumed, and I believe they were going there to find out anything about her or make a notification.
Page 31, Detective Furman. Question by Ms. Clark at line 4. Were you aware, line 5, were you aware of who one of the, at least the female victim was at that time? Answer, I was notified that. When I was notified at my residence at 1:05 that morning, I was told that one of the victims was the ex-wife of OJ Simpson. Did you relay that information to Detective Van Adder? Answer, it was relayed, yes. Now, after you were told at 1:05 that Nicole Brown Simpson was dead,
F.
did
Lee
you
Bailey.
continue to doubt it?
We had no indication absolutely that was the female victim.
Did you challenge Mr. Phillips in any way when he told you she was dead?
There was no challenge involved, sir.
Did you question his assertion as to her identity?
No.
Did you ever question it?
I don't think I would have jumped to the conclusion early into the investigation.
You wouldn't have jumped to the conclusion of the identity of the victim, even though a detective who was your boss told you what it was?
I didn't question it.
From your perspective, what efforts, if you know, were made to determine Mr. Goldman's identity so that his next of kin could be notified?
I have no knowledge of anything to do with that.
You were not involved in that effort?
No, sir.
Do you have anything to do with notice to the Brown family?
No, sir.
About their daughter? When did you tell us yesterday that you learned where you were going on the trip to Rockingham? Was it when you were in the car with Phillips and he told you?
There was some conversation if I knew the way up there.
With
I'm sorry.
Phillips?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but were you already in the car?
When we knew the purpose? Yes.
Okay. Well, were you in the car when you knew where you were going?
I think it was somewhat simultaneous with getting back to the front of the location and talking to Detective Phillips, Van Adder and Lang directing us to take us up there or something to that effect. I got in the car with Detective Phillips and it was discussed then.
Had you disclosed to either any of the three detectives as of the point you left for Rockingham your prior involvement with the Simpsons?
Yes.
To whom did you describe it and when?
Detective Phillips.
When?
And Detective Phillips asked me if I knew how to get to the Simpson house or the Rockingham house.
That was at 5 in the morning or after?
I think it was a little before that.
That you actually left for Rockingham before 5?
No, we left at 5. You asked me what time the conversation took place.
Slightly before 5, you disclosed to him that you'd had prior involvement.
I said I'd been on a radio call there a long time ago.
And up to that point, you said nothing about that prior involvement?
No.
Do we approach her?
Yeah, this is F. Lee Bailey questioning Mark Furman, the then time LA police officer. And Mark Furman in his testimony got caught up in a few different things that F. Lee Bailey exhibits, or shows or proves there, right? And or brings to light. And this was one of the roadblocks in convicting OJ Simpson is Mark Furman, actually, his professionalism, and then this idea that he was a racist. He made some remarks on tape apparently where he used the N-word. I remember that. I'm going to see if I can find that also. I will rock that one after this. Yeah, and again, OJ Simpson just passed away. Just reviewing some of his history, and he was a Heisman Trophy winner, excellent running back, and he had a long career with the Buffalo Bills. Hold on. I guess they're about to go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's something I need to
Then
look
he
at
ran
before we
into
proceed
this-
any further. And given
this
the hour, we're going
roadblock
to
in
take
his
our
life.
recess for the lunch hour just a little bit early. Please remember my admonition to you: don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow any.
Yeah, and so OJ, he got into this roadblock in his life after that career of acting, football, and then boom, this situation with his ex-wife and her murder. And yeah, so we've been reviewing that, and yeah, there's some more Mark Furman testimony coming up right here though, so don't worry about this. It just looks like it's about to
Counsel,
stop.
anything we need to
There we
take up
go.
before we invite the jurors to join us? All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please.
And if you think OJ did it, press 1. If you don't think he did it, press 2. And if you're not sure, press 3. And you can leave it in the comment section after the video, too, if you don't catch the live. Yeah.
Gentlemen, welcome back. All right, Detective Furman, would you please resume the witness stand? All right, the record should reflect we've all been joined by our jury panel. Detective Mark Furman is still on the witness stand under cross-examination by Mr. Bailey. Good afternoon again, Detective Furman.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
You're reminded you're still under oath. Mr. Bailey, you may continue.
Detective Furman, in the course of your career as a patrolman and more recently as a detective, how many people would you say you have questioned with respect to criminal investigations?
In the hundreds, sir.
Hundreds.
If not more.
Oh. And has it been your experience that when you're questioning someone that is not being totally candid with you, their version of events may change from telling to telling? Is that your experience?
Are you saying if they're not candid and I know that, then I can expect?
Do you learn that because they tell you one thing one time and describe it quite differently another time?
Oh.
I believe it would depend on the time and when you're questioning them. Okay, but the space between those events.
Could be a sign of fabricating, could.
Possibly.
Person who doesn't have a real image in their mind but is describing something that didn't happen, right?
I couldn't speculate on that, no.
That would be speculation?
Yes.
Now, Detective Furman, if you would return to the transcript, and if you would look at page 21 of July 6th, which is toward the end, the third direct examination.
What page, sir?
21, the second day.
Second day.
In response to a question that began on 20 at line 24, all right, with respect to finding the glove, after you found the glove, what did you do? You saw the glove on the walk, then what did you do? You answered, I continued eastbound on the path that went to the rear of the property. And I spent, I'm not going to say a considerable amount of time, I'm going to say about 15 minutes looking for a person that could have left that glove there, which indicated somebody was injured. I looked in all the places I believed a human could secret himself or collapse in that area, and then I returned to the front of the residence. And I assume the word secret was meant to be secrete.
Yes.
Okay. Now here you said that the appearance of the glove convinced you that you were looking for an injured person and not a killer. Would you tell us why that's so?
Well, it could be one and the same.
Could be one and the same.
Yes.
Well, is that what you meant when you said someone who was injured? Either a killer or a victim?
Could be either one.
Okay. And why were you looking for someone that was injured based on a glove with a sticky substance on it? What was the clue to the injury?
Well, there was blood evidence on the Bronco.
Okay. So you thought that might have come from a person who was driving the Bronco with an injury?
Possibly.
You had been told that the only one that used the Bronco, according to your own testimony, was Mr. Simpson.
Yes.
You knew, did you not, that Mr. Simpson left town at 11 o'clock, very close there too?
No, I didn't.
You knew that if the glove was connected with the thumb, it had been out there for a long period of time?
Yes.
Okay. And you were looking for places where a human being could secrete himself?
Yes.
All right. So as I take it, from your reading of this answer, you're looking for a killer who is injured, who is hiding and may have collapsed.
Or a victim.
Or a victim.
Yes.
Okay. Then this is the search that took you the 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, there was some question in your mind earlier today as to whether you had told Detective Van Adder and Lang about your thoughts when you took them down to see the glove. You recall that?
I recall the question, yes.
And you were unsure as to whether you had said anything to them when you were down at the scene of the glove.
Yeah, I don't recall if I did.
Okay.
No.
Would you look page 22, next one over, line 20. So then, after taking Detective Phillips down to that area and describing everything that you saw, who did you take next? Detective Van Adder. And did you do the same thing with him? Yes, exactly the same thing. Does that tell you that you, in fact, gave Van Adder all of the detail you had just given Phillips?
No, I don't think verbal. I would.
Well, I'm stopping the question about this one.
Sustained.
Pardon me?
Sustained. You need to ask him the full question and answer that full colloquy there. Relates to the same thing.
All right. So each time you went, you took the detective all the way down to where the glove was and brought them all the way back. Yes. And then did the same with Detective Lang. Yes. Did you take any of the detectives all the way back to the area behind Arnell's room that you described going to yourself earlier? I don't believe so. I described to Detective Phillips, I'm almost positive I did to both the other detectives. I scooted under the air conditioner. Now back to my question. When you said exactly the same to Van Adder as to Phillips, did you mean that you said the same things to him?
Objection. Counsel is still under 356.
Wait, 356, correct? All right, overruled.
Would you ask that question again, please?
Yes, when you used the word exactly to describe your tour with Van Adder, did that mean it was essentially exactly the same as the tour with Phillips?
I'm not sure I would have meant the verbiage, but describing where I walked, what I saw, what I sensed, yes.
In other words, you may have said essentially the same thing without using exactly the same words.
No, I didn't say that.
Is that what you meant?
No.
All right. What does exactly mean to you, Detective?
That I don't remember exactly what the conversation was. It seemed to be more lengthy with Ron Phillips. I'm not sure about the other two detectives.
Okay. So that when you said, did you do the same thing with Van Adder? Exactly. That's not what you meant.
Yes, I led him down to the glove and showed him the glove.
Oh, okay. After taking the detectives to view.
Bailey is a stickler for detail, obviously. He has some good questions.
After taking the detectives to view this glove, you went out to the front of the house and you just stood there, correct?
For a few moments, yes.
Now, was it at that point that Detective Van Adder announced that this was now a crime scene, or was it later in the day, as you told us earlier?
I think there was discussion at that point, but at about that time, we were sent back to Bundy, Detective Phillips and myself.
Did Van Adder say, we are going to have to handle this like a crime scene within minutes of seeing the glove that you had pointed out?
Yes, but I think that's different than this is now a crime scene.
Oh, I see. He was speculating about a future decision he thought he might make. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. What was your condition after you had taken the detectives back to view the glove and when you were standing in front of the building? Was anything unusual going on with respect to you?
I think there was somewhat of an adrenaline rush that I experienced when I was in the rear. And I believe when I was in front of the house, I started realizing that this could have been a match to the glove on Bundy.
When you came out after taking all three detectives down there and telling them it was a match, you suddenly realized that it could be a match?
I didn't tell them it was a match. I got their opinion. And when they had the same opinion.
Didn't you discuss with each detective in turn the fact that this glove looked like a match on Bundy?
I'm sure Detective Phillips. I'm not sure on Van Etteren Lang.
Okay. And why do you tell us that you are now, after these tours are over, suddenly realizing that there may be a connection and thus experiencing a rush of adrenaline?
No, I was coming down from the adrenaline.
When did this rush start?
When I was going east on the path.
Okay. On line 7 of 24, so if you recall this question and this answer, if you follow me, please, do you know approximately what time that was when you heard that discussion referring to the crime scene? Answer, no. After that, I came out front. To be honest with you, I was a little taken back by what had transpired. We didn't enter with any intention of finding anything there, and I just kind of stood out there, and I was really kind of collecting my thoughts. When I found the glove back there on this pathway, I have to admit to you that the adrenaline started pumping because I really didn't know what was going on. And no matter if I found a victim or a suspect, I still had some type of very serious situation at that time, and I think I was coming down from that a little bit. Question, when you say, quote, the adrenaline, answer, unquote, you mean from seeing the crime scene? Answer, no. Question, from seeing the glove? Answer, when I found the glove and actually realized this glove was very close in description and color to the glove at the crime scene, my heart started pounding and I realized what I had probably found. When that gets going and you never get a chance to run it off or get rid of it, you get kind of a downtime. And I think I was collecting my, not composure, but my thoughts a little bit out front. Question. So while you were collecting your thoughts and relaxing after your discovery, you heard a discussion going on inside the house. Answer, yes. I walked into the front of the residence, and in the kitchen, Detective Lang and Van Atter were discussing what had been found. I believe Detective Phillips was in there also. And they were discussing, quote, we really have got another crime scene here, unquote. And a search warrant was brought up. Quote, we have to get a search warrant, unquote. Detective Van Atter said that, and I don't know exactly what time that was. Have I read your rather lengthy answer correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you said when I found the glove and actually realized this glove was very close in description and color to the glove of the crime scene, can you tell us when that point was within this period?
I testified before several times that when I saw the glove, it looked very similar to the glove on Bundy.
The connection was immediate in your mind?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That connection that it looked very similar, yes.
Okay. Now, on page 26, Detective Furman, line 16, a question right. Now, with respect to the excitement you felt in encountering the glove, you realized immediately this may have broken the case. Answer, I don't think it was excitement. I was caught on a 2-foot path in a poorly lit with a little tiny flashlight by myself with no vest, and I must admit that I think the only reason that I proceeded is I felt more that I might have a victim than a suspect. I don't know why I thought that. Like I said, I did not believe the circumstances would unfold as they did when I led these detectives up to Rockingham. I continued, probably hoping that I could find some answer for this glove or somebody that had been injured or something, but it was more alert than excitement. Did you give that answer?
Yes, I did.
All right. So you described that you were caught on a tiny 2-foot path, all alone, with a little tiny flashlight and no vest, by which you meant a bulletproof vest, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you explain to this court how it was that you were caught there?
I'm sure I don't understand what
You don't understand the question.
No, sir.
I'm using your words. I was caught on a 2-foot path in a poorly lit with a little tiny flashlight by myself with no vest. And I must admit, the only reason I proceeded is I felt more that I might have had a victim than a suspect. Now, were you caught or could you have left immediately the way you came in?
I was committed to that point.
Committed how?
Because I was there.
You had nobody with you?
I was committed by my presence.
You didn't have anyone with you, did you?
No.
You weren't wearing a vest, you've said?
Yes.
Your flashlight was rather inadequate for the task, right?
It was not the best it could be, no.
But you comforted yourself that you could proceed despite these deficiencies because you thought you would find a victim rather than a suspect.
I was concerned with that, yes.
Tell the court, if you can, why the presence of the other murder glove from Bundy made you think that you were about to encounter a victim, Detective Frum.
Because I didn't have anything to believe that there was a suspect there other than the bloody glove.
You realize that you have told us earlier and testified under oath earlier that the bloody glove made you think you would find a suspect.
Or a victim.
But by far the more likely a suspect, you said, did you not?
Yes.
But here you said on your oath, the only reason you proceeded unarmed and alone, or at least without a vest and alone, was because you didn't expect to find a suspect. You said that, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Overruled.
Does that mean that you did not think that you would be in danger if you proceeded eastbound through the cobwebby path because whoever you would find would be hurt and not dangerous?
I don't believe that there was no feeling of danger, no.
But you did say, I must admit, I think the only reason I proceeded is I felt more that I might have had a victim than a suspect.
Maybe that was a hope.
You now say that was a hope and not a thought.
No, I'm saying maybe that was a hope. My presence of mind then and at the prelim.
You recall that yesterday we talked about your visit to what we have called the fence that is on the border of the two properties, 873 and 875.
Yes.
Okay. You called it, I believe, the north border.
At the north border of the residence to the south, yes.
Okay. When you described this experience yesterday, you told us that you were standing, having been relieved, waiting for your replacement at the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy, correct?
We're talking at the Bundy location now?
Yes.
Oh, yes, sir. The north residence from Bundy.
Lieutenant Spangler, your ultimate boss in the Bureau of Detectives, came and brought you up to the fence where Goldman's body was crumpled.
Yes.
Without going through the tape or under it.
That's correct.
There was no tape beyond that end of the fence, was there?
No, that residence was not taped off in the front.
You were able to walk in a little walkway next to the dividing line.
Yes.
But outside the fence.
Yes.
And there, Lieutenant Spangler, having invited you to take a look, you examined Goldman's body and found a laceration.
That was observed by Lieutenant Spangler.
But you saw it too.
Oh, yes, sir.
And you thought it was a tear.
I used the word laceration.
And when I asked you to describe it further, did you not say it was torn?
No, I said laceration is tearing. It's not an incision.
Okay. In any event. And when I asked you if there was anything else that you saw at that point, you said no, didn't you?
Yes.
Now, on July 5th, at page 64, which we have reviewed, when you described the same incident, there is no mention whatsoever of your having been relieved, is there? Page 64, Detective Furman.
You're going to have to give me a line, sir.
Okay. Starting at the top, just reading to yourself so that you can locate yourself as you did this morning. On the steps, looking down at the female victim and not being able to clearly see the male victim.
That's correct.
Okay. You said then line 14. 12. We had flashlights. We were looking at the female victim. We looked at the male victim. You're still in the steps, right?
Yes.
You said, I noticed the glove when I walked around to thee after I exited the residence the first time and walked around to the side on the north side, north perimeter of 875 Bundy. There's an iron fence, and through that iron fence, you can get a very close look at the male victim.
No. Read it
Can
again.
get very close to the male victim.
Read the whole sentence again.
And looking there, I could see them down at his feet. We read that earlier.
Wait. Read it again.
Okay. There's an iron fence, and through that iron fence, you can get very close to the male victim. And looking there, I could see them down at his feet. We read that earlier, you recall?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's nothing in there about your having been relieved, is there?
About being relieved?
Yeah.
Objection what? Vague. Sustained.
Had you been relieved when this happened?
The question's not here, counsel.
Pardon me, huh?
The question is not here. It's what did you observe there? It's not.
I'm putting another question to him. Had he been relieved before he made this excursion? That's not in the transcript. I'm asking his memory.
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell us yesterday you went here at the request of and with Lieutenant Spangler?
Yes.
Is there anything in this description about Lieutenant Spangler?
It wasn't asked, sir.
Did you tell us yesterday about a laceration?
Yes.
Is there anything in this description about a laceration?
That also wasn't asked.
Well, this is a piece of information that you volunteered. It wasn't in response to any question, was it, Detective Furman?
Sustained.
Was the question which was put to you that triggered this whole answer, when did you first observe it, meaning the glove?
Yes.
And that gave rise to your statement about what you saw from the steps and your tour up to the northern part of the residence and looking through the fence. Correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you gave this testimony, had you forgotten about the laceration?
No.
Had you forgotten about Lieutenant Spangler?
No.
Okay. Once more then, Detective Furman, we asked you to look at page 49 this morning because of a word that appears on line 23 of that page relating to blood in the Bronco. And you agree that that's what the page says?
I agree, sir.
All right. But your feeling was that the reporter made a mistake.
I didn't say that. I just did not mean in the Bronco.
Pardon me? What was your
Would you
answer?
ask the question
You
again,
say
sir?
the reporter didn't make a mistake, but the word is there somehow.
I don't know. I just know what I meant when I testified.
All right. So that if you in fact use the word in, you misspoke yourself?
Yes.
Can we play that portion of the tape, Your Honor?
Yes.
Talked to the man that was in the bungalow. He's seated at the bar. And I continued out the front of the residence.
Why?
Well, I was, from the statement he made, the crashing sound, and the time that he heard it, combined with the blood in the Bronco.
That refresh your memory in any way? It's what you said on July 5th. Go ahead and play the rest of it to Mr. Harris.
There's a possibility there could be another victim or a suspect that had collapsed or escaped via that route on the southern border of the house.
What?
Does that refresh your recollection?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. And what do you now say you said?
In.
In. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Detective Furman, do you have a financial interest in the outcome of this case?
I do.
Do you?
No, I don't.
Have you not brought claims that you intend to prosecute when this case is concluded for money?
Civil suits?
Mhm.
Absolutely, sir.
Do you know a lawyer whose name is Tortle O, something like that? Tortle
Yes,
O?
sir. Yes.
All right, with the court reporter, please.
Detective Furman, for what purpose did you retain your lawyer, Robert Turtle?
Because I was defamed in the media for planting evidence in a capital crime.
Some magazine or other?
Magazine, radio, TV, personal attacks.
Now, did you authorize your attorney to send a letter to certain of Mr. Simpson's counsel threatening a lawsuit for defamation when this case ends?
Yes, sir.
Did you review any such letters before they went?
I don't believe so. I received copies, but I did not review them and approve them, no.
And you were complaining that you had been accused as a result of conduct for which you thought they were responsible of planting evidence in a capital case. Is that right?
The first part of that question, I don't think I understand.
You were complaining, as you've just told us, that you were being accused in the media, partly due to their responsibility, these lawyers,
Yes,
of
sir.
planting evidence in a capital case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is a very serious crime, isn't it?
Yes.
Both state and federal.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, when this lawsuit is over, you have an intent to begin a defamation lawsuit of a civil nature against Mr. Shapiro and Mr. Cochran, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And to ask a jury for money damages for the damage to your reputation for being accused of planting the glove.
What's the objection? No.
That's as far as I'm going.
It's the nature of the lawsuit, counsel. Overruled.
Is that not your intent?
Yes, sir.
Now, in addition to that, have you sought to obtain money in any other fashion due to your connection in this case?
No.
Did you authorize Mr. Tortolo to send a letter to various police departments asking for contributions to Mark Furman?
I believe he started a defense fund, yes.
Well, the letter which went to police said Mark Furman needs help, didn't it? There's nothing to do with it. That's what it said, isn't it?
I believe something to that effect.
One
yes.
of the purposes for which the letter said you needed help was to pay Bob Turtolo $100,000 for advising you, wasn't it?
I don't recall any part of that letter.
Have you ever seen it?
I don't believe I've seen anything that says that.
Has it
no.
ever been read to you?
I don't believe so. I don't recall $100,000 to advise me.
Well, $100,000 for fees. Do you remember that part?
No, I don't, sir.
Do you remember any amount that was suggested in the letter of solicitation to help Mark Furman?
No, but if I could see the letter, I would like to.
We'll dig it out for you. Let's turn, if we may, Detective Furman, to the preparation that went into your appearance here last Thursday. Well, I'm asking counsel to dig it out. If we don't have it today, we'll have it in the morning.
All right, proceed. Denied.
I would like to turn Detective Furman to preparation. I believe you said that you had not seen any of the prosecutors or their assistants helping them with this case until 1995.
I did not come down to this building for that purpose until this year. That's correct.
That was not my question. My question was, how many times have you spent time with any of the prosecutors in this case relating to your testimony?
Just in 1995.
All right. At no time in all of 1994 did you sit down with any of the prosecutors and talk about what testimony you would give?
Before the prelim, I believe Marcia Clark and Bill Hodgman sat down with me. They asked what happened. I told them.
After the prelim?
No, not after the prelim.
Okay. Did you get a transcript of your testimony at the prelim, the one that you are seeing in front of you at this moment?
Yes, sir.
When did you first get that?
I believe that was in 1994.
Okay. And can you tell me when?
No.
Well, was it close to the end of the prelim or close to the end of the year or somewhere in between?
I'd probably say somewhere in between.
September?
I don't know, sir. Somewhere in between. Could possibly. Yes.
Did you read in the paper this summer that this trial was scheduled to begin on September 19th?
I don't recall, no.
You didn't pay attention to the Simpson case in the newspaper?
I don't read the newspaper.
Don't read the newspaper. Watch TV?
About this case? Not much, sir.
Listen to the radio?
Yes.
About this case?
About this case, it's kind of hard to avoid it.
Okay. Now, that being the case, may we assume that you knew that the trial date had been fixed by law, 60 days from the date of arraignment, or September 19th?
I don't have any personal recollection of that, but I'll agree with it.
Did you feel any need to refresh your recollection as to the story you had told at the prelim during the summer of 1994 and after the prelim?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of reading your testimony prior to September 19th?
No, I don't recall, sir.
Have you viewed the videotape of the Mark Furman testimony of July 5th and 6th, 1994 at any time?
At no time.
At other than the snippet that we just looked at a few minutes ago, you've seen no videotapes?
No.
Okay. Now, how about the other witnesses who testified at the prelim? Have you read any of their testimony?
None.
Have you watched any videotapes as to what they said?
No.
Were you watching at the time that they were testifying?
No.
None of them?
No, sir.
At any time?
No.
Okay. How many times would you say you have read that transcript that's before you?
My transcript, I probably read through once when I received it. And then certain areas back and forth a few times. I'd say 2-3 times.
How many times have you been through it page by page with one or more of the prosecutors?
Through my transcript? Never.
Never. Have you discussed the contents of your testimony at the prelim with any of the prosecutors?
Yes, sir.
How many times did you do that?
With the contents of what was testified to at the prelim without the transcript, probably twice.
With whom?
Marcia Clark and Chris Darden.
Were they both present on each of these occasions?
No, it was separate.
Once with one, once with the other?
Yes, sir.
Was there some question at that time as to who was going to handle you as a witness?
Objection.
Irrelevant. Sustained. Although I don't need it from 3 lawyers at the same time.
How many total times have you met with either Mr. Darden, Ms. Clark, or anyone else in the prosecution team in connection with your testimony?
Seven or eight times.
7 or 8. Beginning when and ending when?
It will be various times this year, probably mostly within the last month and a half.
Okay. And when would you do that? In the evening or on the weekend?
Oh, sometimes it was in the late afternoon or evening, and it might be in the weekend.
Were all of those meetings in this building?
Yes.
Okay. And were they all in the offices of the prosecutors?
Not always in the office, no.
Where else did you meet?
We met once in the grand jury room.
Was that to simulate the environment of a courtroom?
I'm not sure if it was that or just the availability of a forum type setting.
How many times have you testified in court since you became a police officer?
A couple hundred times, I'm sure.
Hundreds?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever testify as a military policeman before a court martial?
Yes.
How many times?
Twice, I believe.
Would you say that you are a fairly experienced witness?
I think I've testified numerous times, yes, sir.
How many of the cases in which you've testified have dealt with homicide? Whether you were a patrolman or detective is irrelevant, just the subject matter.
Dozens.
Dozens?
Yes.
Okay. In how many of those cases were you given preparatory assistance prior to your testimony in a grand jury room, if you can remember?
Never in a grand jury room.
This was a first.
Yes.
Was it explained to you why the officers which had been available on the other occasions were not available that compelled you to go into the grand jury room?
It was not explained, no.
Where did you sit while you were discussing your testimony?
I believe it would have been in the witness chair to the right of the foreman.
You were sitting in the witness chair.
Yes.
Might we say that that was practicing?
Yes.
You've never before prepared to testify for a case by going in a courtroom and sitting in the witness chair, have you?
I don't recall doing that, no.
But as you told us at the very outset of your testimony, this, Detective Furman, is a special case, is it not?
I think it was an important case. The word special case, I haven't heard that.
Didn't you say that people were more concerned with things other than the evidence than they were with the evidence, and that set it apart from the other cases, or words to that effect?
Yes.
Okay. As a result of that, we learned you had some special sessions with some prosecutors, I take it, other than Miss Clark, Mr. Dart.
Sustained. Phrase question.
How many people were present in the grand jury?
Overruled.
7, 8.
7?
7 or 8.
How many were lawyers, if you know?
4 or 5.
How many questioned you?
There was a lot of discussion going on between them.
How many questioned you, Detective Furman?
I'm trying to get to that, sir.
Okay.
Two, maybe 3.
Remember who they were?
Yes. Mr. Darden, Mr. White.
Mr. White, could you help us
Yes.
with that one?
Terry White.
Terry White.
And I believe Mr. Yokelson.
Now, with these questions, how long did each one spend with you? Can you help us with that?
Oh, it was very brief. There would be a question or a comment, and that would be it.
Was there any record made of this experience, such as tape, audio tape, court reporter, notes, if you know?
I know, and there wasn't.
Okay. Was a script prepared to assist you in delivering your testimony?
No.
Have you seen any script in this case?
A script?
Yes. Q&A.
I've seen questions that might be asked, but I don't have those now.
With whom did you review lists of questions that might be asked?
I didn't review those with anyone. There's questions that were asked, and they were written down, but I don't have a copy of those.
All right, but at some time prior to coming to this courtroom, did you see a written list of questions that you anticipated would be asked?
No.
Have you ever seen a written list of questions that pertains to your testimony?
I've seen questions that people were taking notes of, but as far as a list that this is what we're going to ask you, no.
What did you mean a moment ago when you said you've seen a list of questions?
Well, people are reading questions or talking or discussing in front of me or with me.
Are you looking at questions written on a piece of paper at this time?
No.
Or assuming that they're written on paper because somebody's reading?
Well, I can see that there's writing, and they're making notations and writing.
Now, when you were examined by the 3 lawyers you have named, What was the nature of their question?
Cross-examination.
These were leading questions and suggestive questions.
I don't think I know what you mean by that, sir.
A leading question is a question that suggests the answer. For instance, you are Mark Furman, not what is your name. Understand the difference?
I understand the difference, but no, they weren't.
Were any of the questions abusive?
I don't know if I...
Insulting?
No.
Nasty?
No.
What were you told was the purpose of this exercise?
To prepare me for cross-examination.
Okay. And what were you to guard against in cross-examination that this preparation would facilitate?
I don't think I was told.
Sustain.
Were the questions that were being put to you as simulated cross-examination, in your mind, an attempt to assist in preparing you to withstand a real cross-examination?
No. I think they're areas and questions that have probably never been asked most detectives or policemen.
Can you give me an example?
No, I can't.
Can you think of any language that was used in those questions that some might find offensive, Detective Furman?
No.
None?
No.
Can you remember even one of the questions that these three lawyers put to you?
No, I do not, sir.
Not a single one?
No.
May we then assume that you did not profit by the experience of preparation for cross-examination?
I don't think it was very productive, no.
Was there any effort on your part to reach certain goals as a result of this training session?
I don't understand that question, sir.
Did you start out, before the lawyers started in on you with their questions, with an objective in mind, something you wanted to achieve that would make you a better witness?
No.
Did not?
No.
Did they describe for you any objective that they had in mind that you should reach in order to be a better witness?
I don't recall they did, no.
When did this take place?
A few weeks ago.
What day of the week?
I want to say it was a Saturday or a Sunday.
The weekend, was it?
Yes, I'd probably go on Sunday.
And who are the people there that you have not named, if you know?
I don't know a lot of the people by name.
Can you classify them?
Well, I know the ones I do know by name was Mr. Yokelson, Mr. Darden, Miss Lewis, Mr. White, Mr. Yokelson.
You named him.
Yes, I'm
Okay,
just
that's
going through.
four.
I'm going through all of them.
Okay.
Mr. Runyon, and I don't know the names of a lot of the other people that were there, or the rest of the people.
Were they detectives or lawyers, if you know?
I'm not sure. I didn't know the status of some of the people.
Were they participating in the discussion?
I don't believe they were, no.
Were they suggesting questions, if you remember?
No. They appeared to be observers.
Right now, Detective Furman, this is a one and only in your experience as a witness, isn't it?
Excuse me, sir?
This grand jury adventure where you were given trial cross-examinations by three different lawyers, that's the only time in your career that's ever happened, isn't it?
Yes.
Did they tell you there was something that they were trying to prevent from happening in your cross-examination?
No.
Has that ever been discussed?
Prevent? No.
All right. Well, we were told right at the outset of your testimony that you had had this special training. Is there anything more that you can tell us about what you did or what they did?
They were discussing a lot of things between themselves, and it lasted 20 or 30 minutes, and it wasn't very productive. I didn't get much out of it.
Was any of it designed to help you keep your temper? If you know. It was not.
No.
Was any of it designed to help you to avoid the use of certain language? If you know.
No.
It was not.
No.
It It sounds as if you really don't have any idea what the purpose was. Is that a fair statement?
No, it was for cross-examination, but it was very casual. I was eating a submarine sandwich at the same time the discussions were going on.
I take it this was less than blistering, this cross-examination that permitted you to munch away on a submarine.
Yes, as I said, it was a discussion between the attorneys. And
sounds more like a luncheon.
You really do need to let him finish the question.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the answer.
Can you tell me just yes or no, were any racial slurs used in that experience that day?
No, they weren't.
Not a single one?
No.
Didn't hear one spoken all day in the room?
No.
Okay. Can you then relate this grand jury room session to what you were trying to explain to us at the outset of your direct examination?
I think the attorneys were concerned with cross-examination of myself, and there was discussion and somewhat of meeting of minds and hoping that we could prepare me for cross-examination. I don't think it achieved those goals.
But you said, Detective Furman, that your concerns had nothing to do with the crime scene or the murder. They were something else.
Yes.
All right. What were the concerns, Detective Furman?
Well, there's been numerous motions to bring in irrelevant evidence into this trial.
Irrelevant evidence?
Yes, sir.
Such as?
Sorry, I was trying to communicate with my clerk there. Hold on. Oh,
What irrelevant evidence was going to be brought into the trial that you were preparing for?
approach with sidebar, please. Room. All parties are present. Detective Furman is still on the stand. Mr. Bailey, the question you asked was what irrelevant evidence was going to be brought into the trial that you were preparing for. Is that correct?
Yes, may I respectfully point out, Your Honor, that that question was triggered by the witness' prior answer, that the preparation was connected with irrelevant material that he'd heard offered in court.
All right.
Okay. Now,
courts are always wary of things that are irrelevant.
When decided by witnesses that they're irrelevant.
All right, let's see what the answer to this question is going to be.
Detective Furman, what events did you have in mind when you spoke of irrelevant occurrences that you feared might be brought into court?
Kathleen Bell.
All right, and you say that that's irrelevant?
Yes.
Even though you knew that the judge ruled that it could be relevant, did you not?
Overruled. No, Mr. B, I'm not interested in this other business. I'm interested in what irrelevant incidents we're talking about. The rest of it will come later.
Okay. Did this fear strike you before or after you read about certain rulings by the court in January?
Mr. Bailey, the only thing I'm interested in is what irrelevant, what items, what issues, what events Detective Furman thought were irrelevant that he was prepared for.
Fine. Do you understand the question as framed by the court?
Yes, sir.
Can you answer it?
Yes. It's still Kathleen Bell.
Had you any concern about any other individuals under the umbrella of irrelevant that might find their way to the trial?
No.
All right. That's what I was afraid, that we were going to get something beyond Kathleen Bell. Apparently not. That's an issue that we're familiar with, the jury's familiar with at this point. Anything else? I told the jury I'd give them enough for a comfort break. Jeffy, why don't you check and see if they're available? Okay. Go ahead and take a stretch if you like. All right, let's keep it quiet in the courtroom. We're going to await the jurors' availability. By all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Bailey, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Furman, when you said earlier that you were concerned about matters that you viewed as irrelevant, would you tell the court specifically which person you had in mind, which incident?
Yes, Kathleen Bell.
Okay. Now, are you telling us then, and did you know prior to this trial of any other claims that were made against you of a type similar to Kathleen Bell prior to taking the witness stand?
What's the objection? Or well, you can answer that question yes or
Just
no.
yes or no is all I want.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. But was Kathleen Bell the focus of your concern?
Yes.
And were the questions that were put to you by two prosecutors focused on the Kathleen Bell problem?
Yes, I believe so.
Two of these prosecutors prosecuted Rodney King, didn't they?
I did not know that until I was
did not
told.
know that?
Wait. Let him finish the answer, Mr.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I had known that Terry White was, but I didn't recognize Mr. Yochelsson's name.
Did y'all hear that? To the is it officers? Let's play that back.
Questions that were put to you by two prosecutors.
Two prosecutors.
Focused on the Kathleen Bell problem.
Yes, I believe so.
Two of these prosecutors prosecuted Rodney King, didn't they?
I did not know that until I was
did not
told.
know that?
Wait. Let him finish the answer, Mr.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I had known that Terry White was, but I didn't recognize Mr. Yochelsson's name.
All right.
Okay, so Terry White and Mr. Yochelson, two of the prosecutors on this current case, they're the ones who also they worked on the Rodney King case. Yeah. Oh, slapping the wrist. Slapping the wrist. Yeah. Well, there you have it.
In any event, that was the purpose of the exercise, the Bell problem, and you did not feel that it was productive, correct?
I didn't feel it was really a useful exercise, no.
Okay. And you still don't know what their objective was in doing this, is that right?
Well, I assumed it was preparation.
Preparation for what?
Cross-examination, sir.
About Kathleen Bell?
Yes.
About certain language that some find offensive?
Yes.
Okay. Your concern about that, then, is what led to this tripartite simulated cross-examination, correct?
Sustained. Calls for facts, not evidence, it's speculation as well.
Free lawyer cross-examination in the grand jury room, correct?
Yes.
You recall on Thursday when you took the stand that almost immediately at the outset of your testimony, Ms. Clark displayed for you a part of a copy of a letter that had been sent by Kathleen Bell to Johnny Cochran sometime in 1994.
Yes, I did.
Had you ever looked at the entire letter rather than just that part?
No, sir.
Had you ever seen that letter before you came into this courtroom?
No.
Had you ever reviewed its contents with anyone before you came into this courtroom?
No.
Did you have any idea that Ms. Clark was going to begin your testimony by throwing the Bell letter up on the screen?
I knew the contents, but I had never read the letter.
No. Did you have any idea that your testimony would begin by putting the accusations of Kathleen Bell up on the screen?
No, I didn't.
Was that a surprise to you when she did that?
The letter, yes.
Was it a surprise to you when she developed in your testimony that you had had some practice sessions somewhere?
That wasn't a surprise, but I didn't know how it would be phrased.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, I have 102, People's 102, I guess it is. You start at the top of the Elmo, Mr. Harris. And tell me right at the top of the letter, not that page, but the top of the letter.
What are these items that are on there, Mr. Harris?
Your Honor, a voice concerned about a certain subject.
All right.
Very well. All right. Right at the top, please. Begins, dear Mr. Cochran.
If you believe OJ Simpson did it, press 1. If you don't believe he did it, press 2.
My understanding is,
And
Detective Furman,
if
you
you're
have
not
never
sure,
held in
press
your
3.
hand a piece of paper on which these words are written. You've only discussed it.
That's correct.
You can do that in the comments section of the video too if you catch the replay.
Now, you notice in the second paragraph, it says that the author glanced up at the television and was quite shocked to see that Officer Furman was a man that I had the misfortune of meeting. You were on television prior to this summer in connection with this case, were you not?
Yes.
And your testimony as a witness, you learned, was quite widely watched in this state and others, did you not?
Yes.
You notice that the author says that she has left a message on Mr. Cochran's answering service.
Yes.
Okay. Next paragraph, Mr. Harris. Between 1985 and 1986, she says she worked as a real estate agent in Redondo Beach for Century 21 Bob Maher Realty, now out of business, period. Number 1. When you were at the recruiting station, did you become acquainted with a Century 21 real estate office located proximate to the recruiting station?
Did I become
familiar with the fact that there was such an office?
I think there was one on the second floor. Yes.
Did you have to go through the office to get to it, or were there separate stairs?
I don't remember that at all.
Was there a coffee shop close by to these two offices?
A coffee shop in that small shopping area?
Yeah.
Not that I remember now.
No. Okay. Did you ever determine whether or not in 1985 and 6 a Kathleen Bell had been employed at the office described in the letter?
Confirm that she had been employed there?
No.
I never knew a Kathleen Bell,
no.
But no.
No. Did you ever make inquiry after you learned of this letter to find out whether there was a Kathleen Bell employed, as she says, at that time at the Century 21 office?
I did not.
Did you cause your lawyer, Mr. Turtleow, to do that?
No, I didn't.
And did you cause your investigator, Mr. Pelicano, to do that?
No.
It's Pelicano. You know
how Pelicano?
We all know how it's pronounced.
I see. All right. Did you cause him to do that?
No.
Okay. To this day, do you know whether or not that part of the claim is truthful? That she worked at Century 21 in 85 and 86?
Yes, I know that she does.
Okay.
Or did, I'm sorry.
Do you know whether or not she was known to the Marines that you met when you went to the recruiting station on several occasions?
Then or now?
Do you now know?
Yes.
And the fact is, she was known to them, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Overruled.
And you say that on one occasion, a woman whose description you cannot dredge up in any detail may have been in the office, and you're unable to say whether or not that was or was not Kathleen Bell. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, next paragraph. At the top, please. In 1985 or 86, were you a police officer in Westwood?
I worked the footbeat, yes. In Westwood, yes.
So that if she heard you say that, that was the truth, correct?
Speculation sustained.
Were you a person who, while in the Marine Corps, had been in some kind of special division?
No.
All right. Did you serve in Vietnam at all?
Not in country, no.
Not in country.
I was on a ship.
Okay. But it was called being stationed in Vietnam, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you say, while in the recruiting station at any time during those years, that when you see a nigger driving with a white woman, you pull them over?
No.
Do you recall anyone asking you, if you didn't have a reason to pull them over, what would you do?
I don't recall anybody ever asking me that question, sir.
Did you ever make the statement that if you needed a reason, you would find one?
No.
Okay. Next paragraph. Did you say at any time in that recruiting station, in the presence of any female, including Kathleen Bell, that you would like nothing more than to see all niggers gathered together and killed?
No.
Are you aware, bottom of the page, of any complaint
It is wild, Donnie. Let's hear that back. Let's hear that back.
that you would like nothing more than to see all niggers gathered together? Did you say at any time in that recruiting station, in the presence of any female, including Kathleen Bell, that you would like nothing more than to see all niggers gathered together and killed?
No.
Are you aware?
Do you believe Mark Furman said that? If you believe he said that, press 1. If you don't believe he said it, press 2. And if you're not sure, press 3. Yeah. And if you catch the replay, do that in the comments section also. Thank you.
Bottom of the page, of any complaint that was brought to the LAPD by this individual?
I am not aware of any investigation, no.
But you are aware that she has appeared on public television and made essentially these same claims, correct?
Yes.
Have you started any lawsuits against her?
No.
Have you brought claim against her for defamation?
No.
See? All right. You told us yesterday that you do not know, as I understand it, an Andrea Terry.
That's correct.
Can you recall at any time a blonde woman suggesting that she had an attractive but tall friend?
No.
You recall at any time in the presence of Joe Foss being asked by a woman if you were interested in a date?
No.
That never happened that you can recall?
No.
Is it the kind of thing that you would remember if it had occurred, being asked for a date in the presence of Joe Foss?
I think in the presence of anybody, if I was interested in the woman or it went farther than that, I think I would probably remember it.
Let's assume you weren't interested. Said, hey, you're not my type. Brushed her off. Would you remember being invited on a date if it had happened there?
I would say not.
Okay. Would you remember, Detective Furman, if you had used the language that we have just reviewed?
Yes.
That is important enough language to you so that it would impress itself on your memory, as did the meeting with the Simpsons in '85. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You told us yesterday that you do go into Hennessy's Tavern.
Yes, sir.
You do not have a recollection of the name Andrea Terry being there?
All right, we're on Andrea Terry,
Oh,
Terry now.
yes, yes.
Right. Mr. Harris.
Take that. You don't remember the name Andrea Terry, a woman over 6 feet high, or a woman in the company of someone you now know to be Kathleen Bell?
No, I do not.
Did you have a conversation in '85 and '86 in Hennessy's Tavern with a tall woman wherein you said that black men who have white women in their company are violating an act of nature?
No.
And that you would arrest them whenever you saw that occur?
No.
That did not occur at any time?
No.
And is that the kind of language or expression, Detective Furman, that you would remember clearly if those statements had been made?
Yes.
So as of the moment, you would say that if either Kathleen Bell or Andrea Terry claims that you made those statements, that would necessarily be false.
Yes.
And that if Joe Foss, the Marine, says that he in fact introduced you to Kathleen Bell outside the recruiting station as she emerged from a coffee shop, and that the two of you talked about a date, that would necessarily be false.
That's correct.
Wow. Okay. I wonder if they produced that actually. I guess they have if he mentioned it. F. Lee Bailey questioning Mark Furman at the OJ Simpson trial. Yep. Talking to Johnny Cochran. R.I.P. to Johnny Cochran. He has a long history also, a lot of cases, important cases, by important people.
Document we were discussing that you sent for some time ago of an in-camera nature. If you have it on the bench, can't locate mine. Maybe we could approach. I have a question about it.
All right, once you approach without the court reporter, please.
I'm sorry. Okay, question answered. May we approach the bench?
But F. Lee Bailey is the wrong person to have questioning you because he obviously is into a lot of detailed questions. That was a lot there. I mean, if you were Mark Furman, how would you feel on the stand? Being questioned by F. Lee Bailey. It almost seems like there's no competition, But let me see what else is it. Is there more coming out? They took a bench. So let's see here how far this goes. This is probably going to enter the rest of the day. They're going to close out here. Let me see here. So.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon at this time. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to...
Now, there's one other aspect to this case that is interesting also, and that's Cato Caitlin, right? This is the guy who, heard odd noises and stuff like that, right? So, yeah, let's take a little review of that. Let's see what it do here. Cato Caitlin.
Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey. People are represented by Ms. Clark and Mr. Darden. The jury is not present. Counsel, is there anything we need to take up before we invite the jurors to rejoin us?
Yes, Your Honor, very briefly, we are quite concerned about some of the things that are being said at sidebar that are gratuitous in nature. And yesterday there were statements that were made that were quite derogatory of Jason Simpson and implied that he was involved in planting potential evidence. Since those sidebar conferences are public record and released, it not only causes a great deal of anxiety to Mr. Simpson, it causes us great concern because in the unfortunate event that this jury cannot reach a verdict, it's going to be much more difficult in the future to try to pick a fair and impartial jury if they are being poisoned by these types of gratuitous comments. And I wanted the record to reflect that we strenuously object to those. One moment, please.
Very interesting.
And in this case, the statement was directly in contradiction to the facts in this case that have been filed by a judge under seal.
And who is Jason? Is that his son? I'm curious about that. Let me see. I'm going to review that real quick while we play this.
All right. Any other comment? All right. Let's have the jurors.
Can I ask one more? I have to look at an SDT by the defense. Let me indicate. I've indicated to Mr. Shapiro already that we have a very short segment of videotape that I wanted to be able to show to this witness on the witness stand, and I want to make sure that it is the date that I think. Pardon?
All right.
Yeah, that's something I can lay a foundation for. Perhaps what I should do right now is show it to counsel so that
that is Jason Simpson is in fact OJ Simpson's oldest son. Yes. So here we go.
don't have to take a break in the proceedings at the time.
All right. What is this video of?
It's a Robbie and
Did they see us? Okay, we're 30 seconds away. 30 seconds away. Look at me, Connor. You read that open door? Okay, we're 15 seconds away. 10 seconds away. It's not on our side. I don't know what's there. Okay, we're going to do it.
I hear you, David.
Stay on them, not on them. Opening that.
All right, Ms. Clark, we've had the opportunity to see the video.
It's just a little bit more.
Do you all believe the evidence against OJ Simpson was conclusive?
In less than 24 hours, you will have €1,000.
In terms of him being guilty, possibly, even though he was found innocent. What do y'all think about that? Do you think the investigation was conclusive or inconclusive?
That's it.
That's it? Mr. Shapiro, any comment?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd like to offer a proof as to the relevance.
Clark.
It will be presented with Cato. But first, before I do that, what I need to inquire of the defense is from what station this tape came and the copy of the SDT that produced it.
Do we know?
I don't think we know at this point. We have to try to look at that. See, what you want to we have to look
Today. How could they not know?
Well, counsel, out of curiosity, what's the relevance of that clip?
Well, the person that is with Mr. Kalin is Ron Shipp,
Correct.
Ron Shipp has testified to his presence at the house on June the 13th, if the court will recall. We believe this tape was made on June the 13th. It will corroborate Ron Shipp's testimony, and then, of course, the clip of the dog.
We'll stipulate Mr. Shipp was there on the 13th.
The people are allowed to prove their case in their own
Ms.
way.
Clark, what is the relevance of the Akita dog?
Well, if one recalls the testimony of Rosa Lopez, a dog that was barking furiously the night before is being very docile and petted by complete and total strangers.
So, Your Honor, I've had dogs all my life, and sometimes they bark, sometimes they don't bark. And because they were around a friendly peace officer.
All of a sudden, it's a friendly police officer. I love it. Wait, can I get this admitted?
The problem is the foundation.
We have one counsel per side, Mr. Cochran.
On this one, yes. She asked a question with regard to the foundation of the STT.
Your Honor, objection.
I noted it. All right. I assume the answer is, since they weren't prepared, they don't, as to this particular snippet of videotape, they can't tell you who the cinematographer was or the videographer, whatever it is we call them these days. However, if it's in sequence, I did see a Detective Lang carrying his clipboard and what appeared to be the pair of Reebok shoes.
That he's already
But the
testified.
problem is we don't know if that's in sequence because there appears to me to be a cut in between.
Right, there does. Perhaps I could do it this way, Your Honor. We know that there will be a foundation forthcoming because someone obviously videotaped it and the defense got the tape from that person. And as soon as the defense tells me who it is, I can call the person and lay the foundation.
Let me cut to the chase. Mr. Shapiro, is there any objection to this
Yes, Your Honor.
on foundational grounds?
If I can ask the court to allow me to have the witness identify himself and Ron Shipp and the dog, subject to a motion to strike, I will not elicit testimony from this witness as to when the videotape, those events transpired, and I'll call the person who shot the tape to testify to that.
All right, any response to that proposal,
Yes.
Mr. Shapiro?
There'll be an objection.
All right. Okay. I'll allow it subject to a motion to strike.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's have the jurors, please. Reflect that we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Kalin, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, why don't you pull the microphone close to you, please? All right, good morning, Mr. Kalin. You reminded you were still under oath, sir?
Yes.
Ms. Clark, you may resume with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Oh, Mr. Kalin, yesterday, you were explaining to us the layout of the house.
Yes.
I'd like to go back to that for just a brief moment.
Mrs. Robertson, is the water fresh? Water's fresh.
Show you, Marcus People 66.
Would you like Mr. Kalin to step down?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. All right, let me ask you a couple questions. Are there any doors that lead out onto the south pathway from the main house or garage area?
South pathway? This
Yes.
pathway?
Yes.
Yes.
And can you tell us which ones they are?
There's a laundry room.
Mhm.
I guess that would be right here.
For the record, the witness is indicating the yellow arrow that's been placed by where there's a V indentation in the main house. Okay.
And there's one in the garage.
Okay. Do you know where on that south wall of the garage it is?
It's the opening here, so it'd be around here, I think.
Okay, be farther to the left of the yellow arrow that's been placed on the board right now.
Yes.
Okay.
That's where the car would have been, right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. You think it'd be farther to the left of that? Can you show us approximately where you think it would be?
I think it would be right about here.
Okay, and for the record, the witness has pointed to the area where there's an indentation in the garage, to the left of the yellow arrow placed by the garage.
Here, three to 4 inches
And
to the
perhaps-
left.
May I suggest we mark that?
Right. Do you have my stickers?
I think that they went back to you.
I have dots now. Right. Perhaps we should label those stickers with either the witness's initials and/or 1, 2, or 3.
Why don't you put it out there so you can't remember?
You know, this became the legacy of OJ Simpson, essentially. This trial ended his career. I mean, just being charged with the crime, right? But he was found innocent, but it still ruined his career, essentially. So, yeah, we're going to review some of that, along with some of his better moments, which we've covered too, but we're going to share them again.
Thank you.
If you think OJ Simpson committed the crime, press 1. If you don't think he did, press 2. And if you're not sure, press 3. Also in the for the folks that haven't, but also in the comments section for the people that catch the replay.
And for the record, the witness, I'm going to put the witness's initials on that arrow. BK. All right, you can resume your seat. With respect to the door that you indicated was the laundry room, okay, that door that leads out onto the south pathway from the laundry room of the main house, sir, that is indicated by the arrow that is unmarked on the B part of the main house here. All right, with respect to that particular door, sir, and first of all, did you ever use the laundry room when you were living in the house?
Yes.
And did you ever see anyone go in or out of that door?
Not really used.
Okay. And do you recall whether it was kept locked with a deadbolt or some other means?
I'm not sure.
But you never saw it used?
I never used it. I never really saw it used, no.
With respect to the garage door, photographs, and I'd ask, I'm going to show them to council.
Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark, are you going to use 66 any longer?
No.
All right, let's have it taken down, please.
photograph bearing the numbers in the lower right-hand corner, 000095. Has to be marked Peoples 130. And 000096 in the lower right-hand corner of the next photograph, Peoples 131. Fine. Mr. Kalin, were you ever inside the garage of the location 360 North Rockingham?
Yes.
Can you tell us, please, sir, to the best of your recollection at this time, what you recall seeing inside that garage?
If you enter from the laundry room door, you'd walk into a weight set, workout center, right in the front. Mirrors. A car would be parked against the garage door, opening.
What kind of car?
Testarossa.
What color?
Red.
Was it kept covered or uncovered?
Usually covered.
Okay.
And there was shelves with, I don't know what was in buckets, paint maybe.
A lot of stuff in there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall my asking you if there was a garage door that led out to the south pathway in your memory when we were discussing this case in
Yes.
my office?
Yes.
Did you remember that there was a garage door initially?
No.
And why is that?
I didn't see it.
Ever use it?
No.
Ever see anyone use it?
No.
Equals 130. I'm going to ask you to look at your monitor.
Yes.
Did the items in the garage ever vary from time to time?
You mean storage things or?
Yes.
I wouldn't know. It'd be, there could be stuff in there, yes.
Did you go to the garage often?
No.
How many times would you say you were in the garage during the period of time you were, excuse me, that you were living there?
16.
16 times? And you lived there for how long?
6 months.
If you were shown a photograph, do you think you'd be able to tell what date that photograph was taken?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Ms. Clark? Proceed.
Do you know what the contents of the garage were or what the garage looked like inside as of June the 12th, 1994?
Of some things, yes.
Okay. If I show you a photograph of the interior of that garage, will you be able to tell us whether it fits your memory of the appearance of that location?
Yes.
Counselor, I think, excuse me. I think the objection is he needs to look at the photograph and tell us if that matches his recollection before it's shown to the jury. And for the record, that's People's
130, yes, ma'am. Sorry.
That's the garage inside.
And is that the way you recall seeing it, sir?
Yes.
That fits your memory of it?
Yes.
No. Proceed.
One, please.
All right, you're looking at 130 right now, Mr. Kalin?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us, what are you looking at? What location is that?
That's the, coming from the laundry, the shot was taken probably from the laundry room door, and it's the garage.
And so you're looking from the interior of the house into the garage?
Yes.
And is that the appearance of the garage as you last remember seeing it?
Yes.
Okay, directing your attention, sir, I'm going to use a laser. Can you look up at the screen for a moment? Okay, you see this little red dot?
Yes.
All right. First of all, what am I pointing to here?
It's the weights. the workout center.
All right. And behind that, those weights, what do you see that I'm circling?
Car, the Testarossa.
Okay. And is it covered here?
Yes, it is.
All right. And is that the cover you recall seeing on it?
Yes.
Was it usually kept covered in that manner?
Yes.
Okay. And over here, sir? What's on the wall over here?
I can't tell from the shot, but I think that's the mirrors.
Okay.
It's dark on the side.
All right. Now I'm moving the red dot to an area right here. You see this big cardboard box?
Yes.
And was that, do you recall that being in the garage as well?
It probably was, but I can't recall. I mean, there was storage things. So it probably, yes. It was.
All right. And I'm directing your attention now to an area just above that box. Can you see what that is, sir?
That's the door.
Let me show you another view. Equals 131. And what are we looking at here, sir?
That's just a different angle of the garage again. Same.
With the car,
Right.
and then the weights. All right.
The shot's taken like where the mirrors would be.
Okay. And then the door would be on the left-hand side of the photograph that you can't see, right?
Correct.
All right, I'm going to show you the next series of 3 photographs. First one with the number in the lower right-hand corner of 88, People's 132.
Your Honor, there'd be a suggestion to these based on competition.
Same location. I'll show the witness the pictures first.
Please.
If I could mark them though, so I can refer to them.
All right, 132, 133, and 134.
Correct, thank you. And that'd be 133 has got the number 89 in the lower right-hand corner. 134 has the number 90 in the right-hand corner. Mr. Kalin, can you tell us if you recognize what's shown in these photographs?
The garage.
Okay. And do you recognize the items shown in this photograph?
Items that are stored in the garage.
Okay. And had you seen them there before when you were living there?
Yes.
Do you recognize the car shown in these photographs?
Yes.
Is that the same as the car shown in the previous photographs you've identified?
Yes.
Is there a cover on the car in these photographs?
No.
There are bicycles shown in these photographs. Do you recall seeing bicycles in that position in the garage when you lived there?
Yeah, there'd be bikes that could be on the other side, that side, but yeah, just like that.
Okay. And the big cardboard box with the television on top of the chest that you see there?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same cardboard box, chest, and television that you see that you saw in the previous photographs?
Yes.
And does this fit your memory of the appearance of the interior of the garage when you were living at 360 North Rockingham?
Yes.
I'm going to show you People's 132, if you please look at your monitor. Directing your attention now, sir, to the television set and the chest and the large cardboard box. As you look above those items, can you see what is above the television set here? And if you could look at the screen where I'm gesturing with the laser light, if you can see it.
That's the door.
133, please. Showing you People's 133. I'm gesturing with the laser light. What's that, sir?
That's the door.
134, please. And once again, if you could look at the screen, I'm sorry.
The door again.
All right. And you see here the chest and the television set and the cardboard box?
Yes.
Shown in the previous 4 photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And do these views of the garage comport with your memory of its appearance when you were living there?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Kalin, directing your attention back to the date of June the 12th, 1994. On that date, I think you indicated that Paula Barbieri had called. This was in the afternoon of June.
Objection, Your Honor, the state's evidence.
Sustained.
Can you tell us, sir, whether Paula Barbieri called the defendant on the date of June the 12th, 1994?
Objection.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure, yes.
Okay. And after that phone call, sir, did you have a conversation with the defendant about Paula?
Yes.
And what did he tell you about Paula?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
You could answer.
Part of the conversation was about the recital.
Okay. And what did he tell you about that?
Objection.
Grounds.
Hearsay irrelevant.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
From what I remember, that she wanted to go, and I believe OJ didn't want her to go, kind of on his own.
Okay. So he didn't want her to go to the recital with him?
At that time, yes.
Did he tell you what his feelings were about Paula?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
Answer. That he wasn't sure as far as just the one, maybe not the one.
I'm sorry?
To spend, to be the one to be with, like for life.
Okay. He wasn't sure if she was the one for him?
Objection,
Was-
this is the answer.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Okay. Can you please tell us, what did the defendant say to you about his feelings about Paula?
Not being sure if Paula was going to be the one to be with.
Did he tell you he was undecided about her?
Objection, meeting.
Sustained.
Did he tell you whether or not he had made a decision about whether he wanted to be with her or not?
Not a decision. It was undecided.
Okay. Now, did you have another phone conversation with a woman after that point on the afternoon of June the 12th?
Yes.
And who was that?
Tracy, Adele,
And whose friend was that?
my friend.
Did you speak to Tracy?
Briefly.
And then what did you do after you briefly spoke to Tracy?
I handed the phone back to OJ.
And then did he speak to her?
Yes.
Did he make a date with her?
Objection, also speculation.
Did you hear what he said to her?
I didn't hear all the words. No, I tried not to listen.
Did you hear him set up a date to meet her later?
Objection, meeting suggested.
Sustained.
Did you hear him say, what did you hear him tell her?
Well, I know it was long distance. She was calling from another state.
Okay. What did you hear him say about making any plans to get together with her, if any?
I'm not sure of that. I know they talked and that she was interested in business, like being an entrepreneur. And that's was like they're talking business, so they could have talked about getting together, but I'm not positive.
All right. Now, at some point, did you leave the house that afternoon?
Yes, I did.
What time did you leave the house?
I probably left about 3:30 or 4 to play basketball.
To play basketball?
Yes, I did.
And what time did you get back?
Got back at about 6 o'clock.
Okay. And when you got back, what did you do?
I talked to OJ
Where were you when you talked to him?
in the kitchen nook.
And what time was it then?
This is about 6:37.
And had you been watching a game or something?
Yes.
What game was that?
I was watching that in my room. It was the Houston and the Knicks. It was a playoff game.
So you spoke to him after the game ended, did you?
Yes.
And how was it that you came to speak to him after the game ended?
I think I heard him shout Cato.
And when he did that, what did you do?
Hey, talk. Sorry.
Did you leave your room?
Yes.
Were you in your room when you heard him call Cato?
Yeah, or I was like on the kind of the patio area. But I was in my room. I could have just gotten out for a bit and heard the name.
So did you go into the house when he called you?
Yes.
Did you talk to him?
Yes.
And what did you talk about?
About the game, about who won the game, the recital, how Sydney was at the recital.
Okay. And what did he say to you about Sydney at the recital?
He said Sydney was great at the recital.
And Sydney is his daughter. Correct?
Sydney's daughter was at dance recital.
What else did he tell you?
She was great. That Nicole was there. And friends.
That Nicole was there with some friends?
Friends.
What did he tell you about Nicole?
Sustained. Phrase question.
What, if anything, did he tell you about Nicole?
Well, he wanted to talk with Sydney, and I don't think it was the wording, but Nicole wasn't going to give him time to talk to Sydney, and he wanted to talk to his daughter, and I think they went off somewhere.
Who went off somewhere?
Nicole and the kids.
Okay. So what did that have to do with Nicole? I'm not clear.
Oh, they all.
Objection. Sustained. Rephrase the question. It's calling for speculation as part of this witness.
Okay.
With the court reporter. All right.
Yeah, he's somebody's star witness. That's for damn sure. Somebody called him. I wonder for what and why.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Clark, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Kalin, when you get that question back. What did the defendant tell you about Nicole at the recital? What did he tell you about what transpired with Nicole and Sydney at the recital?
Okay, about taking her within, about what she was wearing.
What did the defendant tell you transpired, if anything, with regard to himself, Nicole, and Sydney?
Okay. That OJ wanted to spend time with Sydney, and that Nicole wasn't going to give him the time to have with his daughter to talk to her at the recital, so they went off.
Did he tell you whether he did get to spend some time with Sydney anyway?
Short time.
Okay. What, if anything, did he tell you about Nicole herself at the recital?
About her, what outfit that she had on.
And what did he say about that?
That they were wearing, and who she was with, that they were wearing tight outfits, and wondered if they could be grandmas and wear those outfits out.
Did he remark that she was wearing a tight dress that night?
Objection. Sustained.
What, if any, remark did he make about what she was wearing that night?
That it was a tight outfit. Yeah.
Did you have some further conversation with him?
Yes.
And what was that?
I was wondering if I could take a jacuzzi.
Okay, and did he give you permission to do that?
Yes.
Did he talk at all about what he was going to be doing that evening?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
That he was going to take a flight out. He had to pack for a trip to Chicago.
And did he seem pleased about that?
No. That he didn't like red eyes.
Did he give you permission to take the jacuzzi when you asked for it?
Yes.
So what did you do?
I took a jacuzzi.
About what time was that?
About 7:30, I'm guessing 7:30, 7:45, I took a jacuzzi.
What time did you finish taking the jacuzzi?
About 8:30.
Okay, when you got done with your jacuzzi, what did you do?
I went to my room.
And what did you do there?
I got on the phone.
Who'd you call?
A friend named Susan.
And while you were on the phone, were you interrupted by anything?
I don't know if it was on during it, but yes, OJ came to the room.
And did you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
What was the nature of that conversation?
I forgot to turn off the jacuzzi.
He brought that to your attention?
Yes.
What did he say about that?
You forgot to turn off the jacuzzi.
And what did you do?
I was gonna, I'll turn it off, but he said he turned it off already, the jets of the jacuzzi.
And when you had that conversation with him, were you still in your room or did you exit your room?
Kind of the doorway. There's a door. I was in the room still. He was on the out of the door, the outside.
What happened next?
I went back and I made another call.
And who was it that you called at that time?
Another friend, Tom.
And where was he living at that time?
San Diego.
Do you remember exactly what time you called him?
Not the exact time, but around like 9 o'clock.
Okay. Do you remember, do you know by heart his phone number?
Yes.
I had you report this to Shelby Council. I just made sure of that and asked that you mark Peoples 135. If you would step down, Mr. Kalin.
All right, Peoples 135.
My phone bill.
What does this appear to be, sir?
My phone bill.
And can you tell us, there is a portion here highlighted indicating June the 12th. This is military time, 2103, which is 9:03 p.m. There's San Diego, California, area code 619, and the phone number that follows. Do you recognize that phone number?
Yes, that's Tom's number.
Indicates that the call was for 8 minutes. Okay, 9:03, does that comport with your memory and help to refresh your memory exactly what time that call was placed?
Yes.
And up here, does that indicate what your phone number was as of June the 12th, 1994?
Yes, it was.
You can have a seat, sir.
Thank you. All right, you want to go 1492?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so you spoke to Tom O'Brien,
Yes.
and as the record indicated, it was about a 7-minute call. After you hung up with Tom O'Brien, what happened next?
I saw OJ again.
Now, were you still on the phone at that time, or had you hung up?
No, I was still on the phone.
So the defendant came out to see you, and you were still talking to Tom?
Yeah, I was talking to Tom, and I hung up during the talking to OJ. I said, "Hey, Tom, I'll call you back."
Okay. And what happened at that point? Did you have a conversation with the defendant?
Yes.
Tell us what the nature of that conversation was.
It was to get some. He had $100 bills, and he needed like a $5 for the sky cab, and he asked me if I had some cash.
So after he told you he only had $100 bills and he needed a $5 bill for the sky cap, what did you do?
I gave him 20.
You gave him was it a $20 bill?
Yes.
And when you gave him the $20 bill, did you put it in his hand?
Yes.
Could you see both his hands?
One hand for sure, but I could see both hands. Yeah.
Did you notice him bleeding or cut on either hand?
No.
And what happened next?
I gave him the money, and he said he was going to get hamburger, and I said, "Can I go?"
You invited yourself to go with him?
Yes.
And what was his response to that?
Sure.
You seem real excited to have you come?
Sustained.
Wouldn't you?
Sustained. This Clark.
I don't think this is the desired testimony from Marsha Clark, actually, that you would like to have from this guy.
Thank you, So did you go with him, sir?
Yes, I did.
What was he wearing at that time?
At the best of my recollection, I thought it was a sweat outfit.
Okay, what color was it?
Dark color.
Could you tell?
It was either blue or dark blue or black.
And the material, what kind of material was it?
I thought it was like cotton.
Mm-hmm. Was it long sleeves, sir?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of shoes he was wearing?
No.
Sorry. All right, when you left, where did you walk through, sir?
We walked from the sidewalk in the back to the back door, past the bar, to the kitchen nook, to the outside.
What car did you get into?
The Rolls Royce.
And where the Rolls Royce, when you got into it, sir, can you tell us where it was parked?
In the driveway.
And where was it facing? What direction, if you can tell us?
The headlights would be facing the Rockingham gate.
I have a photograph that has been shown to council. People's, as it now be marked, People's 136.
136.
Showing you what's been marked as People's 136, sir. Can you tell us if you recognize the car in the foreground of that photograph?
Yes.
And what is it?
That's the Rolls Royce.
Look at the grill.
I'm sorry?
Never mind.
Said, look at the grill.
Look at the grill. It's a Bentley. Could it be a Bentley, sir?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Is that the position in which it was usually parked in the driveway?
Yes.
And the gate that you said it was facing, in that position, what gate would it be facing in this photograph?
The picture's taken from the Rockingham gate.
And was that the position in which it was parked when you got into it with Mr. Simpson on the date of June the 12th?
Yes.
Who drove the car?
OJ.
And approximately what time was it when you left with him to go get something to eat?
Approximately 9:10.
About 10 minutes after 9, was that?
Yes.
What gate did you exit through?
Rockingham gate.
As the defendant drove, sir, were you able to see his hands?
Yes.
See any injury to them?
No.
Any bleeding from either hand?
No.
As you exited the Rockingham gate, did you look to see whether there were any other cars parked on the curb?
No, I didn't look.
All right, while you were in the car on the way to McDonald's,
This is not a good testimony for Marsha Clark.
did you have some conversation with the defendant?
Yes.
What was the nature of that conversation?
There was some conversation about the flight.
The red-eye flight?
What an airline. Tired. At one point, I had said, "Oh, you should take a nap." And if there was going to be time, he didn't think there'd be time. And I said, well, you should try to take one. You look tired.
Wait, what did you say?
I said, you should take a nap. I said, do you have time to take a nap?
And what did the defendant say?
That he probably wouldn't have time to.
He probably would not have time to?
And then I said, you should try to.
Okay. And did he make any response to that?
No response.
Did you have any conversation that caused you to notice the clock in the car?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
That was what directed me to the time, about taking time for a nap.
Okay. So when he indicated,
that was
excuse me, sir.
Oh, at 26 and San Vicente.
That was when you had gotten to 26 in San Vicente?
Yes.
So when the defendant said he didn't think he had time to take a nap, you looked at the clock?
Yes, and there was a stoplight. I remember a stoplight.
And what time was it when you were at 26 in San Vicente?
I thought it was like 9:15, 9:18 on the clock of the car. 9:15 and 9:18. It looked like it was right past the.
Okay. Was this a digital clock?
No, it was a numbered clock. Well, I mean,
okay.
Numerals. Like digit would be that too, but you know what I'm saying.
I do. Analog. And so you looked at the clock, you saw it was 9:15 to 9:18, and how long after that was it before you got to McDonald's?
I think 6 minutes or so.
So you got to McDonald's at approximately what time?
9:22.
And did you go into the McDonald's or did you do drive-through?
Drive-through.
And that McDonald's is located where?
I'm pretty sure it's on Santa Monica, across from a Carl's Jr. I remember.
That's Santa Monica Boulevard?
Yes.
Now when you drove up to the drive-through window, who paid for the food?
I paid, but OJ gave him the money.
So now you had already given him $20, is that right?
Yes.
So you pulled out another 20 to pay for the food?
Yes.
Did he ask you to do that?
No.
You just did it?
Yes.
All right. When he paid for the food, after paying for it, did he then give you any change back?
Yes.
Did you notice his hands as he paid for the food and gave you your change?
Yes.
Did you see any injury to either hand?
No.
Approximately what time was it when you got your food?
9:25, 9:26.
All right. Now,
this is key witness testimony, because if they could establish that he had a cut on the hand, then they could connect that to the glove and the murder scene, likely. But Cato looks at his hands several times and sees no scars.
Yeah, defendant drove home. What was he?
So far.
All right. Now, as the defendant drove home, what was he doing?
Eating the food.
So he ate and drove at the same time?
Yeah, but he finished pretty fast. I mean, it wasn't. Yeah, he ate and drove.
And did you eat at the same time while you were in the car?
No. A few French fries.
So as he ate with one hand, he drove with the other, is that right?
Yes.
Were you able to see his hands?
Yes.
You see any injury to either hand?
No.
About what time was it when you got home?
It's about 9:40.
Do you recall whether you entered the property at 360 Rockingham through the Rockingham or Ashford Gate?
I'm pretty sure it was Ashford Gate.
When he parked the car, can you tell us, sir, in what position he parked the car when you returned?
The same as the picture.
And when you say the picture, you mean People's 136 on the screen now?
Yes.
Do you remember how the gate on Ashford opened when you went inside?
I don't, but it just opened. I wasn't aware. It just wasn't something I looked for.
Did you look to see whether there were any cars parked on the, at the curb of the Ashford gate?
I did look.
Can you tell us, sir, whether the defendant owned any other car besides the Bentley and the Testarossa you identified in earlier photographs?
Yes.
And what was that?
A Ford Bronco.
Color?
White.
Can you tell us where he normally parked it?
Usually on Ashford.
By the gate?
On the street.
I mean, near the gate, on the
Yeah,
street?
near the gate.
When you first moved into the property in January of 1994, do you recall seeing it parked in that location from the first time you moved in?
Sustained.
When do you first recall seeing the white Ford Bronco parked near the Ashford gate on the street?
Usually on Ashford.
Yeah.
Yes.
When was the first time you noticed that?
The exact date, I don't know, probably January.
And
it was there.
January of 94?
Of 94.
And is that when you moved into Rockingham?
Yes.
This is how we made our workflow better than ever with Monday.com.
People's 137.
All right, People's 137.
Look at your monitor, sir. Mr. Kalin, you can look at
Yes.
your monitor.
Oh,
You see the car that's shown in People's 137?
yes.
Do you recognize that car?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the OJ's Ford White Bronco.
The one that you were discussing earlier?
Yes.
Who drove that car, sir?
OJ and sometimes Gigi to the store.
Anybody else?
No. That I knew of, no.
How often did Gigi ever drive it?
Sometimes she would take it to the store. If she needed to do an errand, she could take it.
Otherwise, it was the defendant?
Yes.
All right, when you got back to Rockingham, defendant parked the car in the location you indicated on People's 136. Can you tell us, sir, what happened next?
After the McDonald's,
Yes.
I got out of the car and I had my food and I walked towards the kitchen and I thought I was kind of inviting myself. So I turned and I went to my room.
Okay. So you were carrying your food, sir?
Yes.
And you say you walked toward the kitchen. Were you inside the house already?
No.
You walked towards that door?
Towards the door.
And were you intending to go inside the house?
I was thinking about, I was going to do it and I didn't do it. Yeah, because I thought I should eat in my room. I was going to go into the kitchen area, but I thought I'm just kind of inviting myself. I should probably go to my room.
Okay, so you thought you were going to have your dinner with the defendant inside the house?
Well, yes.
Okay. And when you got to the exterior part of the house in front of the kitchen, you stopped at that point?
Yes.
Your Honor, I photograph, but asked to be marked People's 138 has been shown to counsel. Do you see the location you're talking about when you said you walked toward the kitchen area?
Yes.
I'm going to use my the laser light. Ask that you direct it. If you can see the screen, sir. See the light?
Yes, I do.
Okay, tell it where to go.
Okay, go to the right more, up, and go about 2 inches to the right, and that's the door.
All right, that location right there?
Yes.
Can we mark that with the telestrator? Okay, I'm going to ask that that area be marked with the telestrator. Make sure it's correct. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, that's the door.
Thank you. Yes, it is to be marked People's 138A.
138A.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you got to that location, what did you do?
When I got to the door,
Yes.
I turned.
Okay, and what did you see?
OJ.
And where was he?
At the driver's side door of the Rolls.
Did you say anything to him?
No.
What did you do?
I looked and said, "Oh, I'll eat in my room."
And what did you do then?
I took off to my room to eat.
Did he
through
make,
the path. Through the path to my room.
Did he make any response to you when you said, "I'll eat in my room"?
Oh no, that was in my mind. I'll eat in my room.
You didn't say that out loud?
No, in my head I was going, I'll eat in my room.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did he say anything to you?
No.
Did you say anything to him?
No.
So after the car was parked and you got out and walked to the kitchen door, did you have any conversation with Mr. Simpson?
No.
And he said nothing to you?
No.
Okay, when you say you walked through that path, you're talking about the path, describe for us the path you're talking about.
Part of it's on the picture.
Mm-hmm.
That's the driveway. You can see where the path goes, and it comes around by the hedges here that you can barely see it in the shot, but that's the path.
Next, number 139, Your Honor, photograph and show to counsel. Can you see the beginning of the path in this photograph, sir?
Yes.
Can you indicate to us where it is?
Yeah, right where the right angle is, right there's the path.
I'm going to ask that it be marked with the telestrator.
Yes.
Is that it?
Yes, that's the path.
People's 139A?
139A.
Thank you. Print. What happened next?
Okay, so I took the food and I walked on the path to my room. And I started eating the food and I made a phone call.
Now, did you make that phone call immediately when you got back to your room, or did you do a couple things first? Do you remember?
Pretty much right away I did. I made it, within a minute, I think. It was pretty quick. Pretty sure.
So after you walked back to your room, you entered within a minute, you made a phone call?
Yeah.
Who did you call?
I called Tom again.
The same Tom that you called earlier before you left for McDonald's?
Right, because I told him I'd call him back, and I called him back.
And do you recall exactly what time it was that you called him?
It was about after we got back, 9:40, 9:45.
And would it refresh your recollection as to the exact time that you called him? You saw your phone bill.
Yes.
I'm going to show you first.
Okay. Okay.
That second entry?
Yes.
All right. Let's look at that for a minute. Okay, you already described the first entry on June the 12th here at 9:03, that first call you made to Tom in San Diego. You see below that on June the 12th at 9:37, indicated in military time as 21:37. The 9:37 p.m., a call to San Diego, area code 619.
Yes.
And again, does that appear to be the same phone number that you called some minutes earlier that night?
Yes.
And that call lasted for approximately, this second call lasted for approximately 7 minutes? Does that comport with your memory of the time and the duration of the call you made to Tom?
Yes.
Now, that call that you made at 9:37, how long was that made after you saw the defendant standing at his car?
I pretty quickly, because I was eating my food, I think, on the phone. So right after within a minute or two.
A minute to 2 minutes? Say yes?
Yes, yes.
All right, for the record, the witness and counsel were referring to the board People's 135.
Thank you, Your Honor. Perhaps now if I could let the jury see it. Thanks, Dana. After you completed that phone call to Tom, approximately 9:44 then, what happened next?
I wanted to type up some like resumes. And there's an office area with a typewriter.
That office area that you described was a part of the area you lived in?
Yes.
And what did you do in that regard?
Well, there's a typewriter, and I got the paper and I plugged it in, and it made a noise, but it wasn't working. So I tried other outlets, and then it wasn't making a noise anymore. And I tried outlet after outlet, and I kind of gave up.
Okay, and how long period of time did you do that?
After finding everything, about 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. So can you tell us approximately what time it was when you gave up on the typewriter?
Like about 10 or so.
And what did you do then?
I made a phone call.
And what phone call, who'd you call?
Another friend, Rachel.
Rachel what?
Rachel Ferrara.
What time was it approximately when you placed that call, sir?
About like 10:10.
Now, at the time you made that call to Rachel Ferrara, can you tell us, was the lights on in your bedroom?
In my bedroom?
Yes.
Yes.
There is a, you indicated there's a bathroom that's attached as part of your living quarters, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a photograph that's been previously marked as People's 129B.
Please.
Do you see the area that you earlier indicated was the bathroom?
Yes, I do.
Does that area have a window?
Yes, it does.
And where does that window face?
South.
South?
It would face the back area to the neighbors.
And when you say south, is there a pathway that runs alongside that wall?
Yes.
And that south pathway, is that the border or the end of the property?
Yes.
To the south of that walkway, is there any kind of fence?
Yes.
And what kind of fence?
I'm pretty sure it's iron fence.
I'll show you a photograph that's been previously marked as 68A. Okay, do you recognize the location shown there?
Yes.
Tell us what it is.
Okay, that would be the back of my room, and that's the neighbor's yard on the right of the fence, and that's the pathway, the walkway.
You see something jutting out over the walkway, sir? Jutting out of the wall?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That's an air conditioner.
And where does the front of that air conditioner go?
In my room.
Now, when you say that's the wall of the outside wall of your room, I'm going to ask that. I'm going to ask you to direct the arrow to point to what wall you're talking about.
Okay. It's real dark from where I'm sitting. I can't, but it looks like it's the pathway's there. I can tell that's the arrow's on the wall. Okay, keep.
Tell the arrow.
To go where? To the air conditioner? Or just
to go
the wall?
To your wall.
Okay,
wall.
just if you go right, you're on. Okay, go to the air conditioner with the arrow. Okay, that's the wall. You're on the wall.
Okay. And where does your wall end?
Well, I can't tell from that shot. Where it ends is an office that leads to the main house.
Okay. But that is the wall that is the outside of your room, sir?
Yes, it is.
Could that be 68B? 68B1.
Noted.
A1.
A1.
Excuse me, People's 68A1. Thank you.
Now that wall, sir, that the arrow is pointing to, is that wall the outside of the wall that your bed would be placed against?
Yes.
Now, we were talking earlier about the window that's inside the bathroom of your residence. Can you see out? When you look out that window, sir, are you able to see the area that would be to the right of the air conditioner of the south pathway?
Not really.
How much of a view of the south pathway can you get from that bathroom window?
You can see out just in front of you.
So you can't see to the right or the left?
Well, I guess if you wanted to like stick your head or something out, but the window itself you can't. It's
I'm sorry?
a turn crank handle, and the window goes like that. So you can't, if it turns, you can't really see to the right because it blocks things.
Okay. So the window opens out from left to right?
Yeah, it does.
And can you crank it all the way to the right so that it would go flush against the
I don't
house?
think so. I don't think you can.
While you were talking to Rachel on the phone, where were you in your room?
I was leaning against the bed.
Okay, look at your monitor, sir. When you say you were leaning against the bed.
Okay, you see the bed?
Yes.
There's the headboard.
Yes.
Okay, right there, kind of. So take the arrow, go straight ahead. Right there.
Was your back up against that headboard?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Clark, you have much more with this exhibit. I need to change court reporters.
I think I do. So.
All right.
Could this be marked Peoples 129B1, Your Honor?
129B1. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning recess. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you. Do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Mr. Kalin, this is a 15-minute recess. You're ordered to return in 15 minutes. All right, we'll stand in recess. Thank you. We've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Brian Kalin is on the witness stand under direct examination by Ms. Clark. Good morning again, Mr. Kalin. Good
morning.
You're reminded you're still under oath, sir. Ms. Clark, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, you indicated that you placed a phone call to Rachel Ferrara at about 10:10 p.m.
Yes.
And then during that phone call, you were seated on the bed with your back up against that headboard.
Yes.
During that phone call, sir, did something unusual occur?
Yes.
And what was that?
I heard a thumping noise.
How many thumps did you hear?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
3.
Can you demonstrate for us how loud it was?
Somewhat, yes.
Go ahead.
Here.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. And where did that noise seem to be coming from?
From the back of the wall.
From behind you where you were sitting?
Right, from behind the wall, from where I was sitting.
Did you notice anything occur in your room as a result of those thumps on the wall?
Yes.
What?
There's a picture that moved.
And where is that picture, sir?
It's not in the shot.
Can you tell us, give us some idea?
Do you want me the arrow to move?
No, that arrow can stay there.
Okay, it would be, see this next to the bed, the dresser?
Yes.
If you would go straight above it by the headboard, it's right above that on the...
All right, let me show a photograph to council for a moment. I have a photograph that's showing the council next in order People's 140.
People's 140.
Showing you People's 140, sir. Can you please look at your monitor?
Yes.
Can you tell us if you see the location where the picture was?
Yeah, the picture's right there. It's
Was that the picture that was on your wall on the night of June the 12th?
I think that's the same picture.
And was it in that location?
Yes.
Okay, and for the record, the witness is gesturing there's only one picture on his bedroom wall.
Right.
And what happened with that picture when the thumps occurred?
The picture tilted from would be right to left. That.
The picture moved?
Yes, it did.
At that point that you heard the thumps on the wall, sir, approximately how long had you been on the phone with Rachel Ferrara?
About a half hour.
And so approximately what time was it when you heard the thumps on the wall?
At about 10:40.
Is that exact? 10:40?
Well, what I remember, I didn't look at the clock, but about 10:40.
Do you recall previously testifying that it was 10:40 to 10:45?
Yes.
And is that correct?
Yes.
So at approximately 10:40 to 10:45, excuse me, sir, when you heard the thumps and you saw the picture move, what did you do?
Well, I was on the phone still, and I was talking to Rachel, and I said to Rachel, I asked her, I said, do we just have an earthquake?
Did those thumps alarm you, sir?
After she said we didn't have one, yes.
And why were you alarmed?
Well, if it wasn't that, then I thought there was, someone back there.
Someone back there, and where would there be?
There's behind the wall on the path that we showed before.
And that path that we've shown before, that's the south pathway that runs along the outside of your exterior wall?
Yes.
68.
Is that the pathway you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
That you thought someone was on when you heard the thumps?
Yes.
Now, if you would, sir, I'll go back to the interior. Air conditioner you've earlier identified, sir?
Yes, I do.
At the back of the one that goes into your room? Showing you People's 129B. Can you tell us where on this photograph your air conditioner is?
Right in front of that lamp on the right side of the bed.
For the record, the witness is pointing to a standing lamp that would be as you face the bed to the left side of the bed, and it's that grated area right above the lamp.
Yes, it is.
Where in relationship to that air conditioner did you hear the sound of the thumps?
The thumps came from behind the wall. Exactly where, I don't know, but I know it was behind the wall within a few feet of the air conditioner.
Okay. And is that is that wall covering? Is that wood paneling or is that wallpaper?
That's wood.
All right. When Rachel told you that it was not an earthquake, you became alarmed, thinking someone was back there. What happened next?
Well, I was on the phone with her and I told her that I was going to check on it.
And how long did you speak to her after you heard the thumps on the wall?
2 to 3 minutes.
And when you said you were going to go and check on it, what did you intend to do?
Well, see the dresser right there next to the bed? In the top drawer, I have like a little flashlight. I was going to take that light and look behind there.
Look behind where?
The path.
The path that you've earlier identified?
Yes.
How did you feel about going back there onto that little pathway?
Scared.
Why?
Because there could be someone back there, and I just had a little flashlight.
Okay. And what was that pathway like?
Well, it's dark, and there's leaves. It's very narrow.
How well lit it was? You said it was dark?
Yes.
And what was the size of that flashlight you had?
This size. It was a little, thicker around, but it was about that same length.
Okay. For the record, the witness is holding up a pen.
Yes.
All right. You did not go to look through the bathroom window.
No.
Your intention was to go around to that south pathway?
Yes.
Did it even occur to you to look through the bathroom window?
Or
You can answer.
No, it never did.
All right. So you told Rachel that you were going to go back there and check out the noise.
Yes.
And what did you do next?
Okay, I hung up the phone, and I got the flashlight, and I walked the pathway, the front pathway, out of my front door to the driveway.
Okay. Now, when you went to the driveway, you said you took a pathway, and that pathway led you through what?
You go by the pool, and when you go by the pool, you go to the side of the house, the side that would face Ashford, and then you go and you hit the driveway.
I'm going to ask you to indicate on People 66 the path that you took
from
your room.
They're taking a long time at this one point. It's like we know where the walkway is. It's behind the room. We've seen it a million times. Yeah.
All right, you can step down the scale.
All right. If you would, please, on People 66, please indicate the path that you took.
Okay. I came out of the doors. There's the steps up. There. And this is the path.
For the record, the witness is tracing the pathway that goes through the lawn area along Ashford Street.
Yes, now the driveway.
Thank you, Ron. Okay, you indicated that you heard the thumps at 9:40 to 9:45.
Not at that time, it was 10.
I'm sorry, 10:40 to 10:45. Thank you, sir. And you remained on the phone with Rachel Ferrara for another 2 to 3 minutes?
Yes.
So approximately what time was it that you exited your room to go out to the pathway?
So it was about 2 to 3 minutes after that time, 10:43, 10:44.
And when you went out to the pathway, where you went out on the lawn area?
Yeah, but I stayed on this path.
All right. And what did you see when you were on that path?
On this path?
Yes.
Nothing. I didn't see anything until I got to the driveway.
When you got to the driveway area where the path meets the driveway?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw a limousine.
And where was that limousine?
It was right behind the gate on Ashford.
Was it facing into that Ashford gate?
Yes.
Could you see whether anyone was inside it?
No.
Did you go to open the gate for the limousine driver?
No.
You can take your seat. Now, can you tell us, sir, whether...
Excuse me, Ms. Clark, do we need the poster?
Yes, we're going to use it again very shortly.
Okay.
Now, can you tell us, sir, whether or not the headlights of that limousine were on?
I don't think they were on.
So was it dark in that area?
Yes.
And can you tell us, sir, whether the driveway was dark?
Yes, there's just there's little lights barely that are very dim. I think one or two of those are on by the driveway, but dark.
Where on the driveway are those lights? You can show us if you...
I think I remember they were like here, maybe one here.
Okay. You want to do that one more time so council can see you?
I think I remember that like here, left light here, maybe there.
For the record, the witness has pointed to the edge of the driveway. That would be the left border of the driveway, just below the tree over which is written gate control box. And then below that, to the left of the other tree, on that same edge of the driveway, the left edge. And go ahead, you can sit down. So you indicated those are dim lights?
Yes.
And the driveway was basically in darkness?
Yes.
And you indicated you did not let the limousine driver in?
No.
Why not?
I thought everything was taken care of. I didn't think of letting him in because he could get a buzz in.
What do you mean you thought it was taken care of?
Well, I have my phone doesn't ring to the gate, so I thought if anything, the limo guy would know what to do, what was going on. I didn't know. I thought he was there.
Did you think the defendant was going to let him in?
Yes.
Sustained. Curious to disregard.
I'm asking for his state of mind, Your Honor, as to
I
why he
understand.
didn't.
Calls for speculation. Did he think that this defendant was going to do something? That's calling for speculation. Proceed.
Can you explain to us why you did not let the limo driver in? What were you thinking about? What led you not to let him in?
Because I thought someone had talked to him, and that's why he was out there. There's a reason that he was waiting there. I didn't, I didn't know why he wasn't in, but I didn't question it.
Did you expect, what were you expecting?
Objection.
Goes to his subsequent conduct. Forward. You can answer the question.
Oh, there's a phone, so if there was a limo driver, the gate would open up. He'd be buzzed in.
Did you think the defendant was home?
Objection.
Oh,
Also speculation.
oh.
Answer?
Yes.
Next question.
Now, approximately what time was it when you think you saw the limo driver? No, excuse me, the limousine parked at the Ashford gate?
About 10:50.
Okay. When you passed by the back of the house to go out onto that lawn area and take that path down to the driveway, did you notice whether there were any lights on in the house?
I thought the lights were on upstairs and not down, if I remember.
Did it seem to be dark downstairs?
Yes.
And
From my recollection, it was dark.
And you thought there was a light on upstairs?
Yes.
Let me back up for a minute. You indicated that you heard the thumps on the wall at approximately 10:40 to 10:45. Before hearing the thumps, you were talking on the phone to Rachel?
Yes.
After hearing the thumps, were you still talking on the phone to Rachel?
Yes.
Were you listening to hear footsteps at either time?
I did not.
Do you know whether you're able to hear footsteps from inside your room if someone's walking on the south pathway?
I don't think so.
When you
Do we need 66 anymore?
We do, right now.
All right.
You saw the limousine parked at the Ashford gate.
Yes, I did.
You did not let the limo driver in. Where did you go? What did you do?
I checked on the noise.
Can you show us on this
Come
People
down.
66 what you did?
Okay, so I had the flashlight, and Jim was here, so I started walking this way, and I had the light on, and I went. There's a gate here. That's I can pick up the gate. You can pick it up. It's not working. So I kind of leaned against the tree, and I went down just a bit. And the pen light, the light was pretty dim. I looked a little bit, and then I came back.
Okay. For the record, the witness has indicated he walked south on the driveway over to the garage area, made a left at the corner of the garage, and walked in on that south pathway a short distance.
Yes.
Okay, as far as you got on that south pathway, sir, were you able to see the area, the ground area around the air conditioner in your room? And why did you stop on the pathway where you did?
Just did. I couldn't see. I just stopped.
Why?
I was scared, but that's it.
You were scared?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you backed out again?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go then?
I went back out.
Okay.
And the limo was still there. I thought maybe I should let this guy in. So I went to the gate control box. There's a button, pressed, and opens up.
So you walked down the driveway around the garage to the south pathway, came back out, walked back up the driveway, and the limousine was still outside the Ashford gate.
Yes.
When you said you went to the gate control box, you pointed to an area on the diagram, People 66. Is that where it's indicated by that tree?
Yes.
And then did the gate open?
Yes, it did.
And what happened next?
Okay, the gate opened, and he drove in. And there's a dog. Told him to watch it. And Chachi, the dog, went here. And the limo driver parked here.
All right, Chachi the dog, who's that?
Chachi's a chow.
What color?
Black.
And who does he belong to?
To OJ.
And when the limo driver pulled up, where was Chachi?
Chachi was it was like laying right here, sort of by the box. They could have been hit. So, Chachi, move.
So when the limo driver pulled in, Chachi was still lying there on the driveway by the gate control box?
Yes.
And you had to get him to move?
Yes.
Did he bark?
No.
Did he get excited?
No.
Where did you put him?
Well, he goes in the spot he lays here.
And for the record, the witness is indicating the corner where of grass where the driveway meets the path going through the Ashford side of the lawn. And where did the limo driver go?
Right here.
To the front door area?
Yes.
Okay. For the record, the witness is pointing to the area of the driveway in front of the entrance. And what happened next?
Okay. The limo driver got out of the car. I'm pretty sure I said hello. And the exact dialogue, I don't know. It was.
Okay, wait. Why don't you take your seat, sir?
Hey, lige nu der kan du få domæne, hjemmeside og e-mail for kun 5 kroner om måneden på simply.com. Ses.
All right, Ms. Factor, we need 66.
We will again, but I'll take it down for now.
All right. You want to just leave it there down so that I can see the jury and counsel can see.
All right, when you went around the south pathway, what was it? You said you went down the driveway, around the garage to that south pathway. Why did you do that?
Why did I do it?
Yeah.
I was going to investigate that noise.
The thumps?
Yes.
All right, when the limo driver got out of the car, did you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
What did you say?
Well, I know I asked him about if we had an earthquake. And he said, no, not that I'm aware of. I've been sitting there and I didn't feel anything move. And he had mentioned that he was coming up from Redondo. And I don't know what I remember about if I mentioned about oversleeping or not. I said it, did OJ oversleep, or if he said it, that he overslept, but that came up. And I said, oh, he's got a flight to catch. And
You were worried that he was going to be late or what?
yeah, they was going to miss a flight.
Okay. Now, at that particular point in time, what were you thinking about in terms of the thumps? Was that still in your mind?
Oh, yes.
How were you feeling about that?
Well, I was going to check on it again, and I felt better that there was someone there.
Mm-hmm. Were you still afraid or nervous or excited about that?
Yes, I was still there, but driver was there. I mean, I was telling him about the noise, that I was going to check on it again. I told him I heard this noise and I heard this thump, and I'm going to just go back there and check again.
All right. And so after you told him about that, what did you do?
Well, I know that at one point also the golf bag was out in the front. I loaded that for him in the trunk, and then I think I checked on the noise.
When you say there was a golf bag out front, where was it?
The driveway where he parked,
Mm-hmm.
right in front of the entrance. I don't want to lift it up again, but it's right in front. I'll point it out.
Was it in front of the front door?
In front, about 10 feet in front of the front door, right before the driveway would start up again.
Where the driveway meets the
grass and the entrance of the. I'll have to point it.
Go ahead.
The driveway here, there's like seats here.
Right.
Right here.
All right. In between the seats?
In between the seats, right, laying the same way the water's not.
Okay, so what did you do with those golf bags after you let the limo driver in?
Oh, it was one golf bag.
One golf bag.
And I put it in the trunk.
All right. And then what did you do?
And then I think I checked on that noise.
And could you show us where you went?
Okay, I went from here again.
Okay, witness is indicating south on the driveway.
South of the driveway, and I said, I told him about the noise. I said, then I invited Chachi to come with me. And I said, Chachi, come. And he didn't. So that was my reaction to do. So I went back there.
Okay. And you went down by the garage to the same area again? Is that yes?
Yes, but I went a little further.
Okay. Can you show us, sir, how far you went this time?
Okay, so the first gate is here.
Indicating.
Kind of right here. There's a tree that leans up against sort of, and it's right there.
Okay, there's a portion on this diagram where the garage on the south side of it is extended when you first hit the garage area, and the witness is indicating the corner, the rightmost corner of that outcropping.
Right.
Okay, is that where the first gate is?
That's the first gate.
Okay, did you go through it?
Yes. This time I went a little bit further, and there's a second gate, but I didn't go beyond that.
You went up to the second gate?
I went up to about where the podium is, the second gate with the flashlight.
Okay.
About 3 feet from the second gate.
3 feet behind the second gate, you stopped?
Yes.
And where would that be on the diagram?
Well, is this the entire garage? And this is I guess the second gate would be about here.
For the record, the witness is indicating the area where the middle yellow arrow is. Okay, and you. Yes, it'd be as you face the diagram, to the right of the arrow marked BK. And you stopped 3 feet before that?
Yeah, about 3 feet in front of it. Okay. And shine the light.
And what were you able to see?
Well, it was dark. I really didn't see much. The beam was, I could see up to about dark covering right there.
Okay, for the record, the witness is indicating 10 feet. I'm giving him 8.
Less than 10 feet, but
8?
7.
Okay.
That's 7 feet.
Can we compromise?
Compromise on this, 7, 8 feet.
Okay. For the record, the witness has indicated approximately 7 to 8 feet in distance.
Right.
And so were you able to see the area of the walkway that was right behind your room?
No.
Was that in darkness?
Yes.
And you stopped at that point?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Well, I figured I'd just give up. I didn't want to investigate anymore.
Why not?
I just did. I don't know. I wasn't really, I was scared, but not scared. And the limo driver was there, and I just ended up going back.
Were you still afraid of what might be back there?
Well, I wanted to still know what was back there. I was going to investigate more, but I stopped there, and I was kind of like with this lousy flashlight, and my mind was going to see if we had a better flashlight. And I was going to go up to the driver to talk to him.
So did you turn back at that point?
I did.
Where did you go?
Back to the front. Back, turn around to the front of the driveway.
And you went where?
I went to the limo.
Now, on your way back to the limo, did anything draw your attention?
Yes.
What?
I saw there was like a knapsack that was in the driveway where the Rolls Royce was parked.
Can you show us where you saw that?
Well, this is the spot of the Rolls Royce.
For the record, the witness indicated the southernmost portion of the driveway that leads out to Rockingham, where there's an indentation.
Yes.
That's where the Rolls Royce would be parked?
That's where the park, yeah, he parked right here.
And where did you see this knapsack?
It was on the right back tail light on the bottom, right where the grass kind of would start up.
I don't think the jury's able to see. Okay. Could you indicate again where you saw that knapsack?
It was kind of like right here on the grass and cement and the driveway.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to ask, can we get those arrows?
I got arrows and I got dots.
How about a dot?
What color dot?
What color was the knapsack, sir?
I thought it was black and with brown leather to it.
Best I can do is blue.
Oh, well. I'll take that. Thank you.
Take them all.
Why don't you put the dot on the diagram where you recall seeing the knapsack?
This diagram it would be like right there.
Was it actually, sir, on the driveway rather than the grass?
Yeah. No, with this drawing, it was closer. Here's the Rolls Royce, and the light would be out, but it was sticking out. This drawing, it's kind of, I don't know if it's exact, but it was on the grass part of it, but more on the cement.
And how big was that knapsack?
It was like a college knapsack, I thought.
Like the size of a book bag?
A little, kind of like that. The briefcase or whatever that case is there.
I don't want to mark the detective's bag, but so great, so. Does it seem to be about the size of this bag?
Yeah.
And let's describe this bag. Appears to be about 1.5 feet in length and about 1 foot high. It's black and has black straps. But it seemed to be about, did it look like
that design, but that size.
But that size.
That's what I remember.
Had you ever seen that bag before?
No.
And then where did you go, sir?
Okay, then I went back I was here with the driver, and OJ was outside too. And so I told him about the noise also.
And why don't you take your seat? Let me ask you something, sir. Have you ever heard Chachi bark?
I've heard him bark.
And when?
When the date?
No? What was the event? You searched it on the calendar or what?
I think when Cato, the other dog, not this dog, no, Cato, the other dog, was over, if they play and Cato would start biting him and go, "Arr," and do that.
Did you ever see him bark at strangers?
I didn't see too many strangers there. So it was, no, he pretty much was friendly.
Okay. Now, when you say Cato, the other dog, who are you referring to?
It's Akita, an Akita dog.
Belonging to?
To OJ, the kids.
And do you know whether the Akita named Cato went to live with Nicole at some point?
Yeah, it was living over on Bundy, and it would come over also. It was sometimes there, but mostly on Bundy.
Did it come over by itself to Rockingham, or did Nicole bring
It drove. No, it would come over with Nicole, the kids, and it would be over there sometimes, but mostly on Bundy.
Okay, that second gate that you indicated on the south pathway, sir, is that ever kept locked?
The second gate in the back?
Right, on the south
No.
pathway?
No. Not that I remember. It was
So
open.
if you'd wanted to go through it that night, could you have opened it?
Yes.
And why was it that you were willing to go back a second time to that south pathway?
I guess just a little bit safer knowing there's a limo driver, and I just did it. I just went back there. I thought I was being, doing a good thing if I found a prowler or something.
You indicated that the Akita named Cato belonged to the defendant.
I don't know who it belonged to. I think it was like Nicole's, the kids, and OJ's.
Who bought it?
I don't know who bought it. I think maybe OJ bought it.
Okay. Did it stay at Rockingham sometimes?
Yes.
Did you see the defendant play with that dog?
Yeah, sometimes.
How often would you see it at Rockingham?
Not very often, but it was there, but more at the Bundy with Sydney and Justin.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't. It's hard to put a time frame. I mean, I don't know exactly how much the difference in time would be.
But you saw it at Rockingham, and
it had been at Rockingham sometimes.
With the children?
Yes, the children played, and sometimes they're there when the children weren't there too.
And that dog, when the children spent the night at Rockingham, did it spend the night also?
Yeah, I'd say sometimes, yeah.
All right, that knapsack that you indicated you saw that you thought was black?
It was black. I thought I remember seeing like a little brown leather patch.
Okay. Was that bag, that knapsack, was it in a lit area, brightly lit, or was it in a dark area?
It was, I think it was near one of the dimmer lights, I thought, but it was still in a dark area. It was dark on that, it was at nighttime, so. But it was a dark color.
Does the prosecution look like they're doing well at this point? I don't think so.
Now, when you first came out that pathway, for the first time, when you left your room for the first time to go and investigate the source of the thumps,
Yes.
you came out on the Ashford side lawn. What were you thinking?
The first time coming out of the room and getting to the first time coming through Ashford and then seeing the limo.
Mm-hmm.
What was I thinking as far as the noise?
Right.
I thought it could be someone.
Okay. And was your mind occupied with that?
Yes.
Were you looking down the driveway area when you saw the limo? Did you look down the driveway area?
I probably did.
Constantly, or did at some point you look at the limo? Did you look around you?
Oh, yeah, I looked around.
Excuse me, Ms. Clark, we're going to need this diagram again.
Yes.
I heard the comment. And I heard the other comments as well. All right, why don't we move that until you can need it? It's blocking council's view of the jury.
All right, when you got back to the car after going out the second time to the south pathway, said you went back towards the limo.
Can you say the question again?
After you let the limo driver into the property, you had conversation with him. You indicated you went back around the garage to the south pathway again.
Yes.
And you stopped 3 feet before the second gate.
About,
Recall
yes.
that? And then you said you walked back out around the garage. You saw that dark knapsack. Then what did you do?
Well, there's three of us outside now. So
You saw the defendant?
okay, so well, three of us, yes. So OJ, myself, and the driver.
Where was he?
Just like outside on the driveway.
Okay.
And I think the door was open. The front door I thought was open. I don't.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with the defendant when you saw him there?
Yes.
What did you say?
Well, I was telling him about this noise I heard. I said, OJ, I heard this noise, and I thought it was an earthquake, and I thought maybe someone's back there, and I told him I was going to investigate it, and I had a lousy flashlight.
And then what?
And so I asked the limo driver, I said, do you have a better flashlight? And he checked, and he looked around, he didn't. And then I said, OJ, do we have a better flashlight? And when I told him about the noise, he was going to take one way, I was going to go another way. But that's when I said, well, this is a lousy flashlight, we need another one. And so he was going to go inside and check.
And then what happened next?
Okay, so went inside the house. I followed behind, and he got towards the kitchen area, and I was kind of in the front door entrance behind him, but not yet in the kitchen. And it was I didn't look, but he said it was that late, so we didn't have time, and we didn't get the flashlight, so he had to catch the flight.
Now, at some point after you came back from your second trip to the south pathway, after that point, did you help to load bags into the car?
Yeah, I put the golf bag in already, and I was going to go get the knapsack to put in.
Okay, you said the knapsack. Is that the dark knapsack that you saw on the driveway area where you indicated the red dot behind the Rolls Royce?
Yes.
And did you say something to Mr. Simpson about that dark knapsack?
That I was going to get it.
You offered to get it?
Yeah.
And what was his response?
He'll get it.
What did he say?
I'll get it.
And then what did he do?
I didn't pay attention. I think he got it.
Did he walk in that direction?
Yes.
In the direction of where the knapsack was?
Yes.
All right, what happened next? After you offered to get the knapsack, he refused, walked towards it. What did you do?
Sustain. Rephrase the question, please.
Disregard what? You saw the defendant walk towards the knapsack. What did you do?
Okay, I was still concerned about a flashlight. I think that's when the conversation of the flashlight came in. And the limo driver was looking, and I was seeing if he's finding a flashlight.
Then what?
Okay, and then that's when I was going to have myself and OJ look behind there, and then he had to catch his flight. So I mentioned about the kitchen.
Did you at some point walk into the house with the defendant?
Yes,
And at what point was that?
right before leaving,
And for what purpose did you walk into the house with him?
because we were in search of a flashlight.
Where did you go inside the house?
I walked in the front entrance, and when you walk in about 5 feet or so, you can make a right and go into the kitchen. So I got in as far as like a foot maybe in the kitchen. He was in the kitchen, and
You were in the kitchen, and where was the defendant?
well, I had a foot. I was kind of in the hallway still, kitchen, and he was about 6 or 7 feet in front.
He was inside the kitchen?
Yes.
What happened next?
He noticed the time and had to catch the flight.
What did he say?
Is that the time? I said, you got to catch your flight.
And then what?
He got in the limo and went back out of the kitchen, back, and was going to hop in the limo to the airport.
Okay. When you walked into the house with him, did you walk through the foyer area?
Into the foyer. Yes, that's where I stayed. I wasn't in the kitchen area. You know the area. It's there, and I stopped, and then he turned around because we didn't have time, and they had to catch the flight.
Okay, did you pause and talk to him in the foyer area for a moment?
Yes.
And when you paused and talked to him in the foyer area of the house, what were you talking about?
He was leaving, and there's an alarm, and he was asking me to set the alarm.
Had he ever asked you to set the alarm for him before?
No.
Did you know the code to set the alarm?
No.
Did you want to set the alarm?
No.
Why not?
It's just another responsibility that I didn't want to know the alarm code.
And what did you say when he asked you to set the alarm?
I don't know the code.
And what was the defendant's response?
I think he was going to set it. He was going to set the alarm.
Did he tell you that? Or
yeah, I think it was that he would set. It was kind of an understanding because I didn't get the code, but I didn't pay attention as far as if he said it or not.
And you had that conversation while you were standing with him in the foyer?
In the foyer, yes.
And did you happen to notice whether he's had any injury to either hand at that time?
I didn't notice. No.
You did not notice?
Did not.
112, Your Honor. Showing you People's 112, sir. Can you tell us if you recognize that location?
That's the foyer.
And that's the area where you stood and talked to him about the alarm control?
Yeah. Yes.
And you did not notice any injury to his hand?
I did not.
Imagine a sample pack that you can play like an instrument.
Overruled.
After you had the conversation about the alarm control panel, what happened next?
He got in the limo to catch the flight.
Approximately what time was it when he did that?
I thought it was like 11:15.
Can you, sir, estimate for us about how much time you spent with the defendant after the limo driver arrived?
After the limo driver arrived, when I first saw him?
Right, from the time you first saw him to the time he left for the airport.
I think it was about 5 minutes.
And through which gate did the limo driver exit?
Rockingham.
And how did he get out?
There's a button. I press it for him, and it opens the gate.
Where is that button located, sir?
It would be, it's on the driveway. There's to the left, there's a button that you can press. I can show you.
On the diagram?
I can just point it right here from here. There's it's right there.
And for the record, the witness is pointing to the location that is designated on the diagram as gate control box on the Rockingham gate side.
Yes.
Can you tell us, sir, when that gate closes, does it lock automatically?
Pretty sure it locks, yes.
Okay. I'm talking about the Rockingham gate.
Yes.
How do you get in from the outside?
Of the Rockingham gate,
Yes.
you can use a key.
And did you have that key?
Yes.
As for the Ashford gate, can you tell us how that gate operated?
There's an intercom that can be buzzed in from inside. And there's also a hinge that you can open it up automatically by, if you adjust the hinge the right way, you can push it open and get in.
So can you get in through the Ashford Street side without a key?
Yes.
Can you get in through the Ashford Street gate without somebody buzzing you in?
Yes.
What did you do? You said, I think you indicated did you push the button on the gate to close it?
Yes, I did.
On the Rockingham gate?
Yes.
What happened next?
So gate open, waved goodbye, and they drove off. And then I started going back towards my room. And then I saw the red light, or it was a green light on the alarm that it wasn't set.
Where did you see that?
There's a alarm box, where you set the code.
Where?
In the front door, by the front door.
Outside?
Yeah, outside.
Next to the front door, on the outside of the front door?
To the left.
And that light was green. What did that mean to you?
That it was open.
That the alarm was not on?
Yes.
And what did you do about that?
Nothing. I went back to my room.
How did you go back to your room? Did you go through the house?
No, I went to the pathway, same way that I came out from.
Why didn't you just go through the house?
I didn't know if it was locked or not. I know that it was a green light. I imagine that meant the alarm wasn't on, but I just went back to my room.
That front door, is that normally kept locked?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, who has a key to that front door?
I think it's OJ, Arnell, and the housekeeper. Gigi probably had a key.
Did you have a key?
No.
That's a good point, Ms. Clark. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case.
So nonetheless, OJ Simpson won the case. He was not convicted. And people were outraged. Some people were outraged. Other people were ecstatic that he was found innocent, And but in any case, there's a lot of evidence that was submitted in this case. And largely, I think, due to Mark Furman's presence, OJ Simpson was able to be found innocent, essentially. And because Mark Furman was dirty in a lot of aspects of the case, being one of the first police officers on the scene, basically. But here is OJ Simpson's his response to it.
I can't stop myself.
2 seconds.
At around 120. Okay? Main yard.
Listen, I can't follow you. You don't know what you're talking about. All my best friends were black. When I got married, if you look at the group of people who were standing next to me, the majority of them were black. Half of my wedding was black. So I mean, you ask questions when you don't know what you're talking about. You're just throwing things out there, and you happen to be ignorant to the subject that you're talking about. I was just as happy then as I am now, and if my future is one of poverty or whatever, I think the people around me are happy, and I think I can get along just fine. Did you need this honorarium? I can, whatever you want to send me, I need. Whatever you send me, I could use.
I also want to dispel sort of an untruth. You know, a lot of people have the opinion that I just found the Lord.
Your experience now, do you think that that's possible?
I just didn't feel it was my calling.
Because it would hurt you commercially.
No, not because it would hurt me in any way, shape, or form. It just wasn't what was on my mind. You know, I don't know what you do. I mean, what charity are you involved in? I mean, what have you done publicly speaking for the Black cause?
Go back to the locker room. The white kids didn't go back, and in many cases,
my kids happen to be half white and black, so you're not gonna get me into any kind of racial thing about white and black. I don't feel that I'm a racist. I never have been, and I never plan to be.
And people would say that you didn't speak out then, and maybe it's just because now you can't.
Yeah, so that was OJ Simpson's time after his trial. Essentially, it ended right there. He didn't seem to do too fair, but let me, before I go into this last little part, let me go ahead and rock some more of these OJ Simpson highlights real quick for folks, because despite that, known as a pretty good running back. So here we go. Let's see here. Gotta find some music.
If you ain't talking and you don't know how, say Shady Groove's gonna show you how. Just move your feet or get out your seat. You got to listen to the sounds of the funky beat. The first thing that we like to say when you're grooving with us, we like to say, hey, to the big brother Smitty and Wood. Hey, to everybody from out of Wakefield, yeah. Hey, to the sweet lady Linda and Lily. Hit me one time, fellas. Whoever like say, hey, to the big brother Shine and Tony. Hey, to the big brother Good and Bird. To everybody from TC2. One time, fellas. Whoever like say, hey, to the big brother People and Bird.
Right. But it didn't end there for OJ Simpson. It didn't end there at all. And in fact, he was charged in a civil suit. Let me see here. And he lost the civil suit.
Of policemen, the father, surrounded by dozens of policemen, the father of the murdered Ron Goldman walked into the courtroom to hear, as he put it, a jury put right the wrongs committed 2.5 years ago. In the gathering gloom and to a chorus of jeers came OJ Simpson, still a free man, not for much longer, a rich one. And outside, dozens of TV crews and hundreds of people, all listening for word from inside. Did the jury think Simpson was the killer or not? On all 8 counts they found against him, delighting the whites in the crowd, angering the blacks.
Now, this is the civil case. This is not the criminal case. He was found innocent for that. But in the civil case, he lost the civil decision.
Or not. On all 8 counts they found against him, delighting the whites in the crowd, angering the blacks. This crowd, like this country, have decided this issue on racial grounds.
The most that could happen to him is that he has to pay some cash money, but he's still free. He still has his children.
There is justice. I mean, finally, people were willing to listen to the facts and to make a good judgment.
OJ Simpson left, now clearly identified by this jury as the killer, ordered to pay $8.5 million, his entire fortune and more, to the parents of Ron Goldman. For Fred Goldman, this was the vindication of everything he's fought for since the not guilty verdict in the criminal trial 15 months ago.
Today's 2.5 years, a little over 2.5 years, and we finally have justice for Ron and Nicole. Our family is grateful for a verdict of responsibility, which is all we ever wanted. And we have it, thank God.
The verdicts are in, but this trial is still not technically over, because the families of the victims want not just the compensation they won today, but punitive damages. That will require several more hearings in front of this jury starting tomorrow. And then there's the appeal, which OJ Simpson is bound to launch, not least because it delays payment. But for the families, the money can wait. What mattered to them was the verdict.
So, what do you all think? I'm going to drop the link for a second just in case somebody want to hop up. But in general, even for those that don't hop up, let me know what you think in the comment section for those that catch the replay. And anybody else, I'm going to be up for a couple of minutes. You can feel free to hop up and let people know your views about OJ Simpson. And if you think he was innocent or guilty, or anything else, let me know. Let me see something here. OJ Simpson. Here we go. Let's see here.